bum, bum, bum. You know what? You know what? What's the little copyright infringement between friends, right? That's how you know I'm a real one, because I'll risk the copyright. It's now or never. I'm about to make my decision. 1 second till my moment. It's time to let you and to fulfill my vision. Dimension. A wasteland in the sea's land.
I'm giving the balance, but I'm standing on razor's edge now. What my life is over. One strike just a pain, then I'm out of this field of vision. Don't ask why I'm ready, but I'm ready to strike them down now.
This is Persona 5. This is Rivers in the Desert, baby. All right, okay. I'm sure I've given YouTube enough of my hard-earned money, which is to say, my $10 I make a month. Make this a little bit smaller, right? For some reason, some people complain. Weird, right? Some people complain that like in my videos they can't see my chat, and I'm like, I didn't think that was going to be like an issue, but here we go. Thoughts on the new Halo trailer. I haven't watched it yet. I have been saving my mental, hence the name of the stream, because I am trying to mainline some pure, unadulterated brain rot. I am doing so much tonight. Before I even get to like the gaming section, I have to do so much. Yeah, well, I don't have to watch it. Like I don't have to, but I have to. You know what I mean? Like, no one's forcing me, but we're doing some break. That's why I kind of had to bring the energy fast, because you guys will be hating me throughout the course of this stream, if you don't already. Like, for example, I usually put this on low latency mode, and I completely forgot. So there's a bit of a delay. I'm sorry. Also, I figured out how to finally use my green screen. Hence the void in the background. Because when you really think about it, have I not stared into the abyss long enough for me to not just embrace it? It's been almost 2 years of doing it this style. So I figured I think the void is an appropriate place for me to be in right now. No distractions. I can teleport now. Oh yeah, I've been working on my curse technique too, so. Put me in ad space? Oh, what, YouTube pay me? Pay me and put me in ad space? I'd be the astronaut? Sorry, Ryan George, I stole that from you. But hell yeah. Give me all the money. Oh man. Looks like I leveled up. Thank you. I just got rid of this. Also, I have a question. Do you guys want it regular style? So like, let's do just like, for example, would you want it like this style, right? Where it's like, oh, my normal regular stuff, or would you want it like this? Sorry, that's offline. That's over. God damn it. I'm just do this one. Would you want it over already? Well, would you guys want it like this? Do you want it like, look at me, look at this for all fancy boys here? Because I feel like I'm kind of feeling just keeping it plain and not like super streamer-esque. And truthfully, while I do think this has a better like aesthetic for streaming, because I like to take my streams and make them videos after the fact, I don't like the way it looks. But ultimately, it's not to me. It's whatever is I guess more convenient for you guys. Is this more? Yeah, this looks probably more profesh. More profesh. Honestly, the most annoying part is just the time on my little bar right here, because then it's like I make a video. It's like, well, they can see what day it is, but then I don't think people pay attention enough to be like, hey, you made this video 4 days ago. You know, like I don't think people care. You look at plain. Yeah, there is something about that, about being plain. I think it feels like it's much more organic when it's like the low effort appeal. Otherwise, I feel like I'm too try. Although this is a sick ass streaming setup though. Like this is a good streaming layout, I think. You know what I'll do? I'll split the difference. When I'm going to like do something or talk about something I think would be a good video, I'll switch to my regular mode. There's two different experiences. There'll be the streaming mode, and then just like, oh, here's like me actually making a video. I'll just sneeze. Speaking of, NP accident, pause. Now we're home. I'm sorry, I don't know what that means. I seen you in the green and not sure if it's my autism, but I like the same shit and change sucks. That's definitely your autism. That is definitely autism. Which is okay. I figured most of my audience has got to be a little neurodivergent. Like if I had to poll like the majority of my audience, I would probably have a way more neurodivergent than neurotypical, which is good. Okay, but if I'm gonna do this layout, let me adjust some shit, because I think the chat's too small and it looks like it should like fill up the spot. You know what I mean? We're gonna do some live. We're gonna do some live editing right now. Wait, wait. We're gonna do some inception editing right here. This way. We'll squeeze it just a little bit. Right? Oh, there we go. Oh, that's so good. But also, if we have the live scene like this, I also have my shit like this. I like this too. This is so people know. This is people know who I am. I'm autistic too. Yeah, I have not been diagnosed, so I wouldn't say. Listen, if you're watching me, you probably have some sort of neurodivergency. It's okay. A lot of you guys are at this point in regulars. If you regularly watch my streams and you know how completely off topic I get, and you're like, let me come back every Saturday for this, you have some. Don't waste your time getting diagnosed. I'm telling you right now, you are absolutely neurodivergent. Simple and clean's good once in a while. True. Although I prefer Sanctuary personally. All my Kingdom Hearts heads out there. You guys want to? Okay, I'm telling you what we're gonna do today. Okay, just so there's no surprises. I know some of you guys don't want change, and don't be surprised. Okay, I understand. This is a lot of change right now. I have Rebecca. I have changed it a bit, but I still don't get the fucking train thing. I live in a town by a city, and hear trains all the time. They're too loud. Yeah. Don't worry, big dog. You got that autism in you. I get it. Snapcube just a dub this week actually is hilarious. You know what's so funny about Kingdom Hearts? And you all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I swear to God, Kingdom Hearts is more popular now than it's ever been. Like when it first came out, because I was around when Kingdom Hearts first came out, that shit was like underground popular, right? Like motherfuckers weren't talking about Kingdom Hearts because it had such a heavy Final Fantasy influence. It wasn't like big, but now that like everything's memed and everything's acceptable, I feel like Kingdom Hearts is bigger than ever. And people have like Kingdom Hearts channels and they're blowing up. Like I think one of my favorite Kingdom Hearts related videos, it was Barry's, the dude from he used to be an editor for Game Grumps. And he did a whole video on Kingdom Hearts about, and the whole part was Xenohort just Nording a boy. Which I will say, I'm sorry, as someone who loves JRPGs, someone who's literally grew up playing JRPGs and anime and all stuff too, it is so funny to me that no matter like imagine this, okay? Imagine this. Let's use our imagination. You are trying to uncover a secret location. You've created an organization. You found people who were in like dire straits. You convinced them to join organization. They are doing atrocities across multiple planets, right? And then part of your key plan is you need a little boy. You need a little boy from Destiny Island. It's crucial. The little boy is crucial to your plan. You and a grown adult man who's recruited so many people. And then when those people failed, you Xenonorded, you Norded a boy. And then you did it again. And then you turned one to like the dark side. And then you said, fuck it, I'm just gonna get old versions of myself. I'm just gonna get different versions of myself now. And then you do all that shit. And you consistently lose to a child. Would that not rock your faith in your leadership if like he's telling you I can find Kingdom Hearts, the true Kingdom Hearts, which no one's ever fucking found, right? And you're believing in him. And some boy in Jinko jeans and clown shoes has been beating your ass. He's been rocking your shit with a talking dog and duck, and they have been destroying you for years. Like, matter of fact, it got so bad that even his nobody version, who was on your squad, was still fucking you up. Like, still fucking you up. They got beat by a little nigga who was on Destiny Island. Bro had never left. Bro didn't even know about the multiple planets. He didn't even know about none of that shit. Xehanort's out here fucking possessing people in their souls, and he's like, whatever, here's a key, I'm gonna beat your ass. Like, I have that same issue in like One Piece. Like, if you know anything about One Piece, the time in One Piece is super condensed, even though things feel like they take forever because of the pacing. Like, Luffy left his island and immediately became the number one in the blue, East Blue. To put that in perspective, if you're like sports people, imagine leaving like a Division III college, entering the NBA, and already being in a race for MVP. Like, putting up numbers. And I'm like, you were selling the seas, Don Krieg. You made it to the Grand Line, and then you got your ass chased by Mihawk. You made it to the ground line. You made it through probably Reverse Mountain. You made it through like all this other shit, right? And then you couldn't handle it, and you came back, and this little motherfucker in again jorts and flip flops beat your ass. I would dip. I would dip. I would leave Organization 13 so quick. So quick. We're talking about Kingdom Hearts for some reason. And then also, I will say one more thing about Kingdom Hearts. Not a fan of the last Kingdom Hearts game. Not gonna lie. The way that they just abandoned everything Final Fantasy pissed me off so much. And they answered like almost no real like storylines, right? Like nothing of real consequence. Like wasn't it like what like the seven princesses of light super important and they are suddenly not important? Bullshit. Kingdom Hearts 2 was the best one, is what I'm saying, okay? It was the best one. You had your drive forms, which are so much better than attractions. I hate the attractions so fucking much. Oh my god. Oh, the weapons change. Fuck that. Where's my drip? Where's my master form? You know how hard I worked in Kingdom Hearts 2? I had Fenrir and the ultimate weapon. I had to beat Sephiroth's ass, okay? I mastered all of my shit. And then what did they do? Fuck it, no more master form. Why? Oh, Sora doesn't know the power of Wicked. He's weak. Get the fuck out of here. He's weak. And the first mission you have him do is go to Mount Olympus and fight the Titans. And he's weak? And he's weak? Oh wow, I'm sorry. I didn't know I had such strong emotions about Kingdom Hearts. my bad. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Okay, why don't we do our normal routine of me eating? And then let's do... Oh, that's right. I told you what the plan was today. Oh, I'm on crack tonight. I am on crack. But there is a reason why I'm like this today, right? I have to get this going. I have to get this on full hamsters on every wheel going right now. Because I do not know if you guys were aware, but a certain debate happened like 2 days ago. And I have to cover it. I have to. Much like I did Andy Pants and Act Man's debate, I'm doing this one. Just to forewarn you guys, it's going to involve Smash JT. It's the Smash JT Colin Moriarty thing. So just mentally prepare yourself for that. But that's what we're going to do today. We're also going to watch the newest Andy Pants. You know we got to do it. We're doing Brain Rot tonight. You know we got to do it. And he's mad about women in video games. What a novel topic he's covering. So we know I got to destroy that shit. And then we'll talk about some other shit, and then we'll play some games. I'm thinking my energy levels probably be better if I played Ninja Gaiden instead of continuing Silent Hill F. That's not to say that I'm stopping Silent Hill F, just that I think that the way I am now, I gotta play something to like get it out of me. So let's listen. You guys are already mad, and we haven't even started. You're already upset at me. We haven't even started. You guys know who I am. You've seen the content. Why are you surprised? I even told you guys this is brain rot. I even made my face like a zombie face. This is on you. You still clicked. You can't blame me. Where did that one tweet go? Here, this is y'all mad at me. You guys still clicked, okay? You guys still clicked. That's you. You're mad at me. You control the buttons you press. You control the buttons you press, okay? Y'all can't be mad at me for this. Y'all can't be upset. I'm sorry. You did it. just got back from the showers. What's happening? What's happening is I'm going to be tanking psychic damage, as always, in order to cover people who have rather, let's say, nefarious tactics and ploys. I think we should blame you, actually. Wow, that hurts coming from you. Betrayal. Betrayal, right in my back. Right in mi espalda, okay? Oh, that's right. We're also bilingual tonight. Speaks one word of Spanish. Bilingual night, baby. We are just like an episode of Law and Order. You're gonna hear some random Spanish words tonight. Let's see where. Oh yeah. Let's do some. So we'll do game duel. We'll do some game news, and then we'll go like betrayal, killing spree, sniper spree, kill-tacular. You know, I think if I like calmed down, I could probably do some voiceover, like some small voiceover role, like guy who's uninterested in everything. Like, hey, can you leave me alone? Like, that's me. Do hablas español? Un poquito, un poquito, un poquito. Un poquito. Pero necesito practicar más porque like, tenemos que... ¿Qué mes es octubre? November, December. Enero. Tenemos que 4 meses más por Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny. Debe te dar más fotos de cuando te tuve. Got 4. Tenemos 1, 2, 3, 4 meses más. 4 meses más. Yo quiero. Cinco más. 5. Mi gente. One thing I do know, especially like if you try to speak another language, the native speakers of that language, unless it's English, will think you are so fluent if you can say like 4 words. Like I always preface, I'm like, you know, hablo español como un joven, like como un bebé, como un persona que no sabe mucho, and they'll be like, oh no, just because muy bien, like, oh, who taught you? And it's like, buddy, I talk like I'm 5, and that's just in English. Like, no, you're so good. But there's a spark. You see a spark in their eyes, like, because you'll see them like speaking Spanish. It's like someone else, like let's say at a convenience store, you're speaking Spanish, and they look at you and they just switch to English, and you say one word in Spanish, and they'll be like, because I was at a convenience store by my house, and this guy was talking to this woman, and they're like making jokes and shit, and so then he gets up to me, and he's just like, oh, how you do? I was like, is this it? I'm like, yeah, see, so eso, and he's like, oh. Like $5. I'm like, oh, okay, so we're going fully Spanish now. All right. Oh, hold on, I didn't read the chat. Sobre eso, no, así que no hablo español también, tu español es muy bueno. Ah, too nice. Wait, from Venezuela. Lo siento. Lo siento porque no estoy en mi gobierno, ¿ok? Si quieres esperar una persona, quiero que vas a Washington DC. Okay. I just know buenas noches, malas si me gusta, mande some other words on donde es el baño. Yeah, it's not like my girlfriend. She'll be like correcting me quickly. What the fuck are we talking about? Oh, we're gonna do a game though, yeah. Welcome to my Duolingo section of the stream, by the way, which don't use. Like, if you're learning a different language, don't use Duolingo. Nah, tenemos que leer esta muy opinión. Gracias, 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 gracias. I like Spanish though. I think it's fun. It's a little fun, especially which my girlfriend can attest to. When I've been drinking, I usually think too much in here when I'm translating. So like it comes out very robotic, but when I've been drinking, I don't care anymore. And I sound better. Was she chasing with a chancla? Not yet. She wouldn't. She likes to gentle correct. But then she's also the type of person to be so mad that she doesn't know like a little personal note here. She will my girlfriend speaks really good English, like really good English, like extremely good English, right? But she won't know a word that hasn't been used since like 1912, and she'll be like, "Oh, I'm so stupid. I'm so dumb. I'm so stupid. I'm never gonna learn English." And I'm like, "No one says this. You're fine." She's like, "No, I should know." I'm like, "No one says these words." She's like, "No, I'm so stupid." And meanwhile, I'm out here struggling to keep up with the conversation between her and her mom and her brother. They're like, "Oh my god, your Spanish is so good," and I'm like, "I caught 4% of what you said." My girlfriend's Mexican, so I speak like Mexican Spanish. And also I live in Southern California, so I definitely speak Mexican Spanish. And I'm just like, how do you not understand? Like, ¿por qué no entiendes? No entiendes eso, es lo mismo. Tú hablas español, tú hablas inglés. Tú hablas inglés, muy bien. Pero para mí, no. En inglés o español. No, do you hate us? This is Spanish speaking, okay? We're learning Spanish today. Here's the Spanish word of the day, okay? You ready? Listos. Here. What is the hardest Spanish as a native English speaker to you? Oh my god, it's a tie between fucking I don't know if you guys ever heard Cuban speak or like Chilean speak. Okay. Listen, thank you guys for thinking my Spanish is good. I'm always hard on myself. I'm hard on myself when it comes to languages because my father is a polyglot. Here's a Spanish word brought to you by not fucking Duolingo. Literally use Rosetta Stone. Use Pimsleurs. I use Pimsleurs when I was learning Japanese. Anything but fucking Duolingo, okay? But it's Chilean Spanish. It's like I don't even know what you're saying. Like I think I know Spanish, and then like my girlfriend we're listening to something, and it's like someone Chilean speaking, and she's looking at me, and I'm like, no, I'm looking at you because you should be translating this shit for me. Chilean Spanish, bruh. And what's that shit in Spain? Like Catalanese, or like what the fuck is it called? That shit's also crazy. That's not even Spanish though. I'm just like, nah, bro. Like, nah. Mm-mm. I've been around enough Spanish speakers to everyone just be like, nah. This Spanish lesson is brought to you by Blue Chew. You ever have a hard time? Actually, you're not having a hard time. Here's some Blue Chew. I'm trying to think if I want to teach you guys like a bad Spanish word or like a Spanish word that you can use that won't get your ass beat. Oh, how about a phrase? No mames. No mames. Like directly translations like don't suck, but like it's used more like no fucking way. Like no mames way. Like so you can do that. You'll be safe using no mames. No mames way. Also, I think way is pretty safe too. So I don't know where your girlfriend told you today. Girlfriend did teach me a word today. I was talking. She was talking about Frankenstein. and she was talking about this shit, and I was like, oh, this is like how do you say like yearning in Spanish? Because I was like, oh, like this is some you like real yearning shit. And she's like told me, and I was like, oh, this should sound like a fucking old ass like English word, like Shakespearean ass English. It's what's it? I never pronounce it. It's I think it's anhelad.
Anhelar.
Yeah, I was right. I was right. It is Anhelar. Anhelal. It's like means like to long or like yearning, like long for. Super romantic. Es una palabra que muy romántica. I'm Southern Mom, but I enjoy cursing various languages. The ads hitting up my trans ads with ED ads. You know what's crazy? I see so many like ads for that shit. I'm just like, what has Twitter become? Like, what a fall off. Puerto Rican Spanish is fast as fuck, dude. Like, I have to look up Bad Bunny lyrics, like look at them because I'm like, okay, I understand like 20% of this line, but like, you're dropping off too many R's and shit for me, my guy. I am a gringo. Like, I need that full pronunciation. Been a while since I failed Spanish. That's a crazy way to talk about you learning Spanish. Been a while since I failed it, but I'm pretty sure there's different dialects in there. Okay. All right. So that's the word of the day, you guys. Anhelad. It means to yearn or to long for. Also like long, but mostly in an emotional sense. Don't know how often you're going to use that though. So how about this phrase? ¿Dónde está el baño? Okay. That will always be useful. ¿Dónde está el baño? Not Bono. Baño. That yo. Yo's part. That inye. Welcome to the stream, by the way. If this is your first time joining me, hi, I'm TTBN Gaming. I cover a wide variety of topics. Topics that you care about? No, of course not. But just topics. Just topics in here. Y'all should learn more, actually. Sí. Debemos anhelar más. Anhelar para educación, para dinero, para amistad. Are you guys ready to play to guess some games? You guys ready to? I think we've done enough vamping for one stream. It's been 40 minutes and I've done anything interesting. Besides sit in this void. Besides sit in this fucking void all day. Oh, y'all like that? Y'all like the logos down there? Especially because y'all don't follow me on fucking Twitter or anything like that. So here's what you know. That's where I'm at. Asmongo debería usar su baño más. Asmongo necesita usar su mente más. Hay que... No entiendo que como él vive en que basura. Tienes más dinero, pero es un cucaracha, ¿no? I'm also on Blue Sky. Oui, monsieur. I also know a little bit Japanese, but I lost my Japanese a long time ago. All right, we're gonna do this for breast cancer. Do it for breast cancer. Ah, shit. I don't know who this is. Just Terry Bogart. Oh, this is GTA. This is crazy guy, Trevor from GTA. Yes, the breast. I mean, I have more breast than he has. I'm packing more. Don't worry, I'm not gonna show my chest. Is this a dragon? Is this Dungeons and Dragons or something? Dragon Dungeons and Dragons. Something with dragon, right? How about Dragon Warrior? Oh, this is Metroid. That's Ridley. that's, that's that's just Metroid. Oh, Metroid 2. Fucking hell. How many fucking Metroid 3? Oh, is it Super Metroid? Is that why it's a Super Metroid? Yeah, okay. 1994. 1994. I want to be shown that I got Super Metro without looking at chat. So whoever wrote Super Metro, good job on you, but I did it before. Guess the artwork. Okay. This looks like some corrupted shit. Probably something sci-fi. Wait, no, that looks classic, like unique architecture. I like how I say this shit. I have any fucking idea what this is. Let's just say Mass Effect. I know it's not Mass Effect, but my brain's not working right now. I need more to guess. Is this Lord of the Rings? Is this Lord of the Rings Shadow of Mordor? Oh, it's not even Lord of the Rings. Oh, Middle Earth. No. What the hell is this? That's an orc. Is it Warhammer? Like the fucking. Well, I know Warhammer is like space and shit, but they do have orcs, don't they? I feel like this wolf should give it away, and I have no idea. There's a portal. I don't know. There's a fucking what's that one game? Yeah, I'm not gonna know what the fuck this is. I'm not gonna know what the fuck this is. This is like they have this orcish woman in front. Fucking, I don't know. Warcraft orcs and humans. Wait, is this Warcraft though? That's what I meant. I know I said Warhammer. I think I did say I meant Warcraft. I don't know. The fucking Burning Crusades. Oh, Age of Wonders 4? Nah, they cheated. What the fuck? I'm skipping this. I don't know what that is. Wait. Oh. This is Coco. This is Coco from Crash Bum 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 bum. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Okay. Mechs, aliens, bloody chimera. Mechs, aliens, bloodies. Chimera? I'm gonna say Dead Space. Just Dead Space? Military is this Resistance? Boom. I never played Resistance, so the Chimera was like, oh, that's throwing me off, but which is ironic because this is supposed to be the Halo killer, and I just said, fuck it, we're putting Halo on PlayStation. This is my least favorite game. Let's see. Let's see if I can do this. Again, if you guys are new to this, you just have to literally guess a game. You just have to guess a game. So let's see. Let's do Dispatch. Is that too recent? Too recent. Let's do Silent Hill. Silent Hill F. I think this year. Not this year, but it is third person. It is third person. And it's either adventure or a puzzle game. And okay, it's not helpful. All I know is that it's probably multiplayer. So let's do. Oh, how about Fall Guys? Do people still play Fall Guys? Okay, so it's definitely an action game, but it's not an indie or sports or platformer. So you see the puzzle adventure, multiplayer puzzle adventure game. Horizon? No, it has to be a multiplayer. Let's see. Third person multiplayer game. If I get a fucking year, that'd be great. Okay, third person multiplayer game. How about puzzle adventure multiplayer? Okay, how about it takes two? That's kind of puzzly. God damn. It can't be Fortnite. Fine. We'll do Fortnite. So at least I know it takes place before 2017. Or after, I should say after 2017. It was probably like 2018. I mean, it's only two options, 2019. Adventure game. We gotta think adventure multiplayer. We gotta think like puzzles. What about the Talos Principle? No. That's only first person. Portals, first person. The Pedestrian, I don't think it's multiplayer. Resident Evil 2 remake. That's not third person. It's gotta be third person. That's like the one thing we know for sure. We know it's third person, and it's possibly a puzzle adventure game. It definitely has action in it. I'm trying to think of a multiplayer third person. When did Dead by Daylight come out? 2016. Okay. Split Fiction. No, Split Fiction's too recent. This had to take place between 2018 and 2020 or 2019. So let's do Hitman. You know, I get a clue. Let's get a clue. Oh, it's sci-fi. It's a sci-fi action game that's third person, but has multiplayer in it. Or at least you can play with more than one person. Sci-fi action, third person, but not a shooter. Or maybe a shooter? Okay, let's see. What's a... Not Dead Space. Dead Space 2 didn't come out in 2018 or 2019. Dead Space was dormant for a long time. I can just get the year. Okay, what game do I know came out in 2018? Wait, with aliens? Is it Mass Effect? Like Mass Effect 4? No, too late. Fuck. Oh, I forgot. It's an adventure game. It's not platform. It might be open world, or it might be. Oh, it's not a shooter. No Man's Sky is one to think. Callisto Protocol. I feel like that also came out in 2020. Yeah, too recent. All right, no more fucking Dead Space games, okay? Sci-fi action. Oh, but it's multiplayer, single player, and co-op, so you can play with literally everyone. So it's a sci-fi game, action sci-fi game. Oh, so it's not first person, so it can't be like a Halo game. Warframe? No, Warframe came out before that. Warframe came out with the PS4 launched. So I was playing on PS4, so I know it's before then. Not Among Us, because it's not a Among Us is not an action game. What about let's think. This is a sci-fi action. So think like you're fighting people. You're fighting people. There's sci-fi, it's third person. So like you're probably getting shot at, probably like lasers and shit and powers. Is it came out in 2018 and 2019. Year Automata? But it's an in-house engine. Oh, wait a minute. It's in-house. Platinum Games and Square Enix are part of it. It's third person. And it's science fiction. So what's a Square Enix published game developed by Platinum Games? When the fuck did Vanquish come? No, Vanquish is too early. Anthem? No, Anthem was EA. I'm trying to think. Okay. Well, Ninja Gaiden 4 just came out. That's not it. I know it's just Team Ninja, so that can't be it. Yeah, I have to think. It's a sci-fi action game, third person, in-house engine, Platinum Square Enix. When did Metal Gear Revengeance come out? Astral Chain? Oh, I would have never gotten this. I would have never gotten this. Babylon Falls. Astral Chain? That's bullshit, bro. I would have never gotten Astral Chain. I would have never have gotten Astral Chain. Okay, I forgot our immediately. No, why does it keep going to ending? Why does it keep doing this? There we go. Apparently, I don't know my macros yet. Yeah, Astral Chain has co-op? Hold on. One person has to press one button and the other has to press another. You also have control over the camera, the second player, not player. What? You did no, this is bullshit. Said that there is indeed a way to play co-op in Astral Chain. It can't be done by hooking up a second controller. You have to remove the Joy-Con controllers from the Nintendo Switch. That's bullshit, dude. That's bullshit, dude. That's bullshit. That's not. If you have to go through convoluted manners in order to get co-op, it's not co-op. I'm sorry. It's just not co-op. That's like when people are like, "Oh, this game has a pause button," but instead of pressing start, you have to go to an area with no enemies. Then you have to open up your map, and once you open up the map, you press select. And once you press select, you press X twice, and that will freeze the game once. Like that's not a pause button. Like I feel like I got cheated. I got cheated on that. Okay, that's like saying like Sonic 2 is a true co-op game where you just take over for Tails and can't die, but you have no like real impact on everything. It's like that's no, come on, dude. That's like saying a game has diversity because one of the alternative palette swaps is like a dark-skinned person. That's like saying an all-white fighting game is diverse because the alternate skin to one of the characters looks kind of Mexican. Like, this is bullshit. Yeah. Did you know in Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time you had co-op because one person could plug in a second controller and control the camera, could control Navi? It's like, it's not co-op. She got me so mad. Anyways, let's pivot to news real quick. You guys know how much I love AI, right? You know I love AI more than anything. So when I saw this news, I was so happy. I was so happy to see that EA signed a deal with Stability AI. We're evolving how we work so AI becomes a trusted ally, which is crazy to say because EA is not a trusted company. In fact, I would say there's like 3 gaming companies that have the consumers trust, and it's like Rockstar, Valve, whenever they release a game, and probably at this point FromSoft. That's it. For EA of all companies to be like, we're going to sign with Stability AI because we want to show that we are evolving how we work so AI becomes a trusted ally. Like, you know what I mean? Like this is like saying, oh man, we want to make sure people can truly believe in this product, which is why we've gotten known truth talker Donald Trump to talk about how much this product really works. AI is the best thing ever. It wants to know that this is all about empowering its people. Written by Andy Chalk. Not too long of an article. EA has signed a deal with Stability AI, the company behind Stable Diffusion Generative AI image maker, to co-develop transformative AI models, tools, and workflows that empower our artists, designers, and developers to reimagine how content is built. So this shit right here, how content is built, is such an infuriating statement to make because, and I've said this before, when we are talking about the creation of any sort of creative process and you refer to it as content, you know what content is? Content is shit that's meant to just be consumed, to just shotgun. I say that as someone who is a quote unquote content creator. Even though some of my videos I would say it's more creative than just content, still the label content creator. You look on YouTube, Twitch, people talking about it's good content. Content is just things. It's just a thing. Reimagine how content is built. You are a video game development company. Just say games. You just make games. You publish games, you make games. You don't do content. And to be like, we're co-developing transformative AI models and tools and workflows. Like, bro, I am not a Luddite, okay? I'm not a Luddite. I understand that yes, as far as general AI goes, obviously there's a great thing. AI is fantastic, right? We use AI on the day-to-day basis. But as far as generative AI goes, unless it's helping streamline a process like remapping textures and stuff like that too, like the boring shit, there is no positive use case for it, which is why EA has to say shit like making an announcement about, hey, we're using it, because they know the stability AI, all the AI type companies know that the AI bubble is bursting. And so they have to force everyone to use AI to make it valid, because it's useful because Google's using it and Facebook's using it and fucking Twitter's using it and every search engine's using it and now EA's using it. And not just EA, we'll get to the other company too, but it's not just EA doing this. For more than 40 years, EA has led through technological shift across interactive entertainment, redefining what's possible for our globe. This is just press release talk. What is possible for our global community of players, the announcement states. At the core of that progress is the belief that technology powers creativity. No, it's creativity powers technology. Amplifying imagination, accelerating expression, enabling our team to deliver bold new experiences that inspire the world to play. This is complete marketing gobbledygook. He's saying nothing here. Oh, for the last 40 years, basically what he said here is that we were at the forefront and we want to be at the forefront again, so we're using AI. And that's going to somehow amplify imaginations and accelerate expression. What the fuck does that mean? That means we are going to try to find a way to cut our workforce by having machines do most of the load, expedite it. And if there's one thing that's really good, is when you expedite the creative process. Like when you cut them out whole cloth and you have AI handling everything. That's super good. AI is totally capable of doing that right now too. I could foresee no problems with this at all. And it's just this is the shit you see in press releases. Like, think about this. Amplifying imagination, accelerating expression, and enabling our teams to deliver bold, new experiences that inspires the world to play. They say this shit literally every press conference. Machine learning and artificial intelligence, AI, have long been cornerstones of innovation at EA, powering everything from intelligent gameplay and real-time animation to physics simulations, pathfinding solutions, and more efficient development pipelines. But this isn't the AI they're talking about. This is the AI we have been using. EA created the Nemesis system, and they've never used it again. I guess the Wonder Woman game was going to use it, but it got canceled. But outside of that, EA is not doing anything that other companies aren't also doing in terms of using artificial intelligence to help with physics. I guess that's what programs do. There's an AI that handles all the work for you, as far as the computational load. Yeah, we know that. We know that. There's no arguing that point. Technologies used to build games today has evolved more than a little bit than what was at hand when EA first put the words "We are an association of electronic artists" to paper. And the general concept of AI has been around at least since the first NPC. But contemporary generative AI is something vastly different, seen as many not as a tool but as a substitute, which is no doubt why EA tried so hard in announcement to emphasize the human element, which means they are absolutely going to be cutting people. 100%. With humans at the center of storytelling, we're evolving how we work so that AI becomes a trusted ally, supporting faster iteration, expanding creative possibilities, accelerating workflows, and allowing more time to focus on what matters most, building world-class games and experiences that entertain massive online communities. It can draft, generate, and analyze, but it can't imagine, empathize, or dream. That's the work of EA's extraordinary artists, designers, developers, storytellers, innovators. But that's also what they do, right? Like, people also draft, generate, and analyze. Like, this part right here makes it seem like, in fact, they'd be doing double the work, right? Because if you have, let's say you have a group of people, like a team, let's say you have a meeting, a team meeting, let's say it's like 15 people at a meeting, right? And you're like, okay, hey, listen, we've been going over like this section of the game. We want to like redesign the enemy AI. We're thinking it's too aggressive at these parts, and this is like the beginning part of the game, so like they're not going to have this level of like weapons or experience or whatever. And we also want to shift a bit of like the art style. We want to go less realistic, more stylized, right? You can do that with people. They can take notes. The fucking AI can't do that. It can generate, but its generation isn't going to be consistent. We know that. We have seen this. None of this shit's going to be consistent. And they're using buzzwords like, oh, Mitra, EA's vice president of creative innovation, which is apparently a real executive role, said that the company is amplifying the creativity of EA developers by giving artists, designers, and developers the power to dream bigger and build more. How does AI let them do that? It doesn't. That's why throughout this whole four paragraphs, they were just saying empty platitudes. They're not telling you how it's going to do it. It's just going to support faster iteration, expand creative possibilities, accelerate workflows, and allow more time to focus on what matters. But how? I don't know. How's it going to do it? I don't know. EA said one of the first things to come on the deal will be the development of artist-driven workflows that will help speed up development of in-game assets. It will also explore AI systems that can pre-visualize entire 3D environments from a series of intentional prompts, allowing artists to creatively direct the generation of the game's content. Why would you need to have artists creatively direct the generation of the game's content when those same artists could be the ones making it in the first place? Like, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Like, okay, let's say AI can generate 100 images in 3 seconds, and a regular person needs about like, you know, a day or two to make like 10 solid images. Out of that 100 images, none of those things are going to be consistent, and you can't tweak it. So then you can find an artist to be like, hey, also, we want you to change this and change this and change and change that. You could just have them make the art to begin with. They make the art, they go into the files, they alter some shit because everything's digital. You can't do that with generative AI. It has to generate. You have to follow a very specific amount of prompts. And even then, you're not guaranteed consistency. Like, you're going to be wasting more money and time and energy trying to get the AI to do exactly what you want to do instead of just having a person do that. People do that. The emphasis of importance of human element is increasingly AI-driven environment comes amid worry that EA's recent acquisition by Saudi Arabia, which is a fucking issue, by the way, in case you guys didn't know, Saudi Arabia did fund the 9/11 attacks, by the way, but the deal is leveraged by it that puts $20 billion in debt on EA's books. And if you want to know how that's even legal, PC Gamer Lincoln's Carpenter has it all broken down in detail, but the relevant point is that EA has to cover that debt. And that's almost certainly going to require a deep cost cutting. Oh my God. Am I psychic? Am I Nostradamus? Is my observation hockey going insane? Or did I call this out while we were reading the article that they're absolutely going to be cutting people's jobs? Like, it's so fucking annoying, man. Yeah, and Stability AI is being sued, has been sued by Getty Images over unlawful copy process millions of images protected by copyright. Like, it's so insane. So we read this whole article, right? Now look at this. Shout out to the gamer, even though I know it's not going to be the same because they gutted their fucking editorial staff. EA's AI game development tools are apparently so bad, it's costing more money to fix their mistakes. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? The big players in the gaming industry have made no secret that they're flirting with AI. Whether it's using AI in game development or replacing artists and actors, we can expect to see this cropping up in more of our games in the future. However, it might not be the lower budget alternative that the industry was hoping for. According to a report from Business Insider, EA's rollout of AI in game development, through its own AI chatbots has not gone as intended. It's claimed that the generative AI tool is prone to hallucinations, requiring actual human developers to go in and fix the mistakes, costing time and money. Once again, observation hockey going insane right now. I literally just told you guys this. Of course, that was going to be the outcome because AI has no concept of consistency, has no concept of things like movement in space. Objects staying in certain locations even though your position is changing. It shifts every goddamn pixel because it's constantly hallucinating what it thinks you want to happen, not what would happen. It's simulating. It's thinking, okay, you have a gun and you want to run around this area and you want to shoot something. Okay, if you shoot that thing, well, what's the gun look like when it's in this position? What about this position? What this position? What when you're firing it? What happens to the bullet? What happens to the smoke trail? What happens to the gunpowder? It doesn't know all these things. It can take pictures of it, but you might shoot a fucking AK-47, have like the muzzle flash of a goddamn like a Luger. Like it doesn't know. I think I hit this. It doesn't know to be consistent. These problems reportedly stem from EA's generative AI tool, Reef GPT. It is said that the AI keeps adding incorrect codes to projects, which have to be fixed by developers who don't want to work with the tool in the first place. It further claimed that EA developers fear that they're effectively training their replacement as they help the AI do exactly. EA was keen to show up its AI tool last year, showing a scenario in which users could create a game through AI prompts. However, the report suggests that Reef GPT hasn't been anywhere near as seamless as the demo the public was shown. Surprise, surprise. With that said, the results look dull and derivative in this showcase, though it's unclear what the aim is here, other than putting developers out of work. Unfortunately, we will likely see EA expand this technology even further now. The company is being acquired by a consortium of investors to the tune of $55 billion, this is Saudis. Because of this, we should expect cost-cutting measures to ramp up like layoffs and studio closures. Investors are likely to want generative AI to be part of the plan, as corporate types have been at the forefront of pioneering the technology. At the very least, the buyout is facing some scrutiny from a union, so it remains to be seen how it impacts the company's employees. So like I've been saying, like I'm saying this whole time, AI is not this silver bullet that these tech bros and these tech bro fans seem to think that it is, because we've already mastered so much of this. Humans already know how to create video games. They already know, especially if you're an experienced developer, an experienced team, you know what pitfalls to avoid. You know your workflow. The AI doesn't. It has no idea. So on top of trying to make games at a faster clip, which is going to cut corners already, now you're telling this AI it has to do shit that even a junior developer would know. Right? Someone straight out of fucking school would know. Like, hey, this is what a mesh is. Make sure you fucking bake the meshes properly. Hey, this is how we use geometry to create these levels. This is how Unreal Engine works. Like, they would know some of this shit. And the AI has no idea. You have to input things, and then it hallucinates based off of the illegal data it's scraped on the internet what you want. Like, look at this shit. And I truly mean look at this shit. It is absolute garbage. Let me find it 1 second. Because I got into not like a tiff. I saw this online. Now this is like absolute dog shit, because of course it does. And all these tech bros are just like, no, this is the future. Look how cool this looks. Look how great this looks. So I ask you, does this look cool? Does this look great to you? I see a lot of people pointing out the flaws in this video, and honestly, they're not wrong. The artifacting and visual glitches are obvious, but the people who are anti-AI making fun of people in Teapot for liking this video are on mid-wit top of the bell curve. I implore you to think a little harder. Think back just 1-2 years, AI-generated games with barely interactive slideshows with incomprehensible visuals. Now we're looking at a coherent, playable, real-time experience. I want you to focus on the term coherent. Okay? The leap from unplayable visual soup to this is massive. Stop framing it as, is this good? Frame it as, if this is the progress they've made in 12 months, where will this technology be 18 months from now? So, this is the coherent game. With just me pausing this, notice how this taxi cab appears to be holding Andre the Giant's family. This city is 6 times bigger than it ought be. Why is he driving directly into the entrance to the subway station? Where is this bus going? This is blocking its path. Where is this bus going? What are the lanes here? And this is supposed to be coherent. This is, again, I haven't even played it. I haven't even played this yet. Scene 1. Here we go. Okay, so wait. So he started off here. Taking cover and let's let it play. Let's let it play. And then we'll go through it. Let it play and I'll go through it. Oh yeah, dude. Hell yeah. That was coherent. Yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Whoa. So sick. Oh, first person mode now. Okay. Okay, never mind.
They've got a chopper on us. Find some cover now.
Yeah, find cover even though you're underground. Okay, so me being me, let's just break down this video. I promise I won't take too long. First and foremost, just right off the bat, this rope was attached to nothing, and it's too low. The helicopter is shooting water out, and it's already below the buildings. So I don't know where they're coming from. Random gunfire with no visible people shooting, just muzzle flashes. Again, we already mentioned this taxi cab driving, I guess, into the subway. So we skip this part. Hands not on the trigger, shooting his teammate. Forget the language. We know they can't generate words well. I don't know what subtone is. Drive into subway. Drive into Uptown Subway, push up Broadway behind the bus, cut right, climb the fire escape. He chooses the subway, and this is the best scene here. Because suddenly, here we go, baby. Go subway to Uptown. Fucking love this. I love the ladder that just apparates out of nowhere, just fucking appears. Only surpassed by the subway car that just slides into existence. And his first instinct is to open fire. This guy drops, I assume, it's like a Coke bottle, assume an explosive, shoots the wall. Opens the door with the force powers that explodes for some reason. And then he's already in a train station or a subway station. And there's a fucking, wait, I didn't even notice that. There's a car. The car just appears here. He shoots that guy. You think he's enemy? No. We just shoot. He shoots at everything. This has got to be the American. This has got to be Americans for real. He shoots at literally everything. Like he's just shooting. Wait, what the fuck was that reload? What was that? What was that reload? Is that how you, hey, gun people, is that how you reload a gun? You go like this to reload? Also, I love the switch from every like generic shooter game to fucking let's do a Resident Evil, take the pliers and cut this thing open. And then when the camera moves back, instead of moving back directly behind it, it goes over the shoulder. Like you're watching someone else do this and then you're just behind him for some reason. Like he just pops up. This is actually so great. That's how cars work. Sure. Wait, what the fuck? This is the only way I'm going down ladders from now on, by the way. This is the only way I will ever travel down a ladder. I will only travel down ladders this way. Both feet straight like this, hands on the rail, and then just drop. Immediate drop. Drop into the most confusing sewer system of all time that has train tracks, a secondary tunnel, and a prison. Oh, there's just people here. Oh, I get it. This is the Morlocks. We're doing X-Men. This is X-Men. This is an X-Men thing. I got it. I like how the gun changed completely, by the way.
Chopper on us. Find some cover now.
Oh, great. This is the game for real gamers. You have to be on your toes at all times. Remember, he said this was coherent. This was a coherent, playable, real-time experience. This is dog shit. Like this is complete dog shit. It's complete dog shit. We have surpassed this by so much that you could literally go on Steam right now, find an asset flip game that looks better than this. Like we considered asset flip games to be nothing. We consider them to be low budget, low effort. And this is way worse than that. It's way fucking worse than that. Way worse than that. And so I told this guy, I said, let me find what I wrote here. Because I had to say something. Of course, he responded to me. So I wrote, sorry, I pushed the wrong button. I keep pushing the wrong button. God damn it. I said, we can already make games. This solves nothing. It's a fucking visual soup. So yeah, we're making fun of it because not even mind's eye is this fucking incoherent. To which they responded, this is the interactive videos we had a year ago. Please use your brain and escape the mid-wit bell curve. The coherency will obviously go up as it's rapidly been for the past year. E.g., millions of people getting tricked by Sora. And I said, and this is what we had 9 years ago. You're being impressed at a facility, man. I have a facsimile. Man, like, leave the fucking cave. It doesn't matter how rapid it's going. It's still shit and devoid of any artistry. Interactive videos, the fuck. And this is a video from, this is just Dishonored 2, which is a fucking banger of a game. But, like, this is why I hate these guys so much. Because they look at this and they go, look at where we started. Look at where we started. And now, look at where we are now. Look at this shit. Look at this. And I'm just like, hey man, jingling keys are jingling keys. This is not an improvement towards anything that's actionable. We can already do this. Like, you understand that it's impressive when like a baby takes his first steps because it's finally learning how to walk like the rest of us have already been doing for years. Why it's equally as impressive for someone who suffers like a spinal injury and who's learning how to walk again can do it again, because we understand how impressive that is. I'm not impressed that there are people who can walk. And you're telling me, holy shit, dude, this guy's being able, he's walking. Nope, he's had no injuries before. He had nothing preventing him, but he's walking. Oh fucking K. All right. We've mastered walking. Hey, look everyone. Look at the shadows on the wall. He's making crazy shadows. Like, hey buddy, we've left the cave already. There's a whole world out there. This shit's not impressive. But they have to pretend that it's impressive because ultimately these people lack any sort of creativity. Like, they didn't make anything here. This is all an amalgamation. That's why it looks like dog shit. This is like a higher res like PUBG character. It's generic military man who I believe his outfit changes from scene to scene. Yeah, it changes from scene to scene. And so does his gun. Like, that's not even the same guy. From like here. He had on short sleeves here. Right? He had on short sleeves. With like brown on it. Then by the time he jumps down, it's a completely different character. It's not even the same helmet. Like, if a company were to have a game trailer that did this shit, they would be bankrupted before the trailer ended. Do you understand what I'm talking about? Like, if they upload this to YouTube, within 20 seconds, their company would have lost all value. But I'm supposed to be impressed because an AI hallucinated some shit. I'd be more impressed if the AI actually created this aesthetic and this model and didn't just obviously rip off of every fucking thing that's ever happened. Like, this is supposed to be impressive. This is dog shit water. Again, I maybe I'm a little too elitist, but I've seen so much better. I've seen so many video games. I played so many games. I've seen animated films. I've seen animes, cartoons that do things so much better. I can't be impressed by this. I can't. It's not impressive. Like, this is the most like literal example of people who thinks graphics above everything else. Look how good this game. Look at the graphics. They're so sick. The graphics are awesome. And like, it's dog shit. I like how he tries to front load it by saying, yeah, I know it looks bad and it looks terrible, but like a year ago it looked like fucking worse. It looked like this. And now look at that. Now we can play 3 seconds at a time. Like, I know I'm dragging it right now. But like, is this like a choose your own adventure? You get like what, half a second to choose? Like, here, okay. So it's like 1, 2, you have like 2 fucking seconds to pick because it can't render anything it can't render anything beyond that. So you're basically just stitching together scenes. It's so fucking annoying. It's so annoying, you guys. Holy shit. I'm sorry I spent so much time on the AI part of that, but like, that's what it is. It's just like, oh, look how shiny, look how many fucking polygons are on screen. Look how shiny it is. I have seen Unreal Engine rips, okay? Unreal Engine just straight up store-bought models that look better than that. Hell, the fucking day before, that scam game looked better. Yeah, when he said, oh, people from Sora, people are falling from Sora AI. So your whole conceit is you can fool dumb people who believe like Cat Jesus is dragging somebody off a Facebook photo. Like that's your whole thing. These people will believe it because they fall for Sora AI. Cool. What about gamers though? What about people who play video games? Is your goal to just fool people who play video games and not actually provide a service? Like, it's such dumb shit, bro. Like, there's never been a good use of generative AI. I've just not seen it. I've not seen it. Anytime someone uses generative AI, it is always for the most fucking dog shit reasons. Like, case in point. Case in point. Ex Asmongold fan. Let me play this. Let me set this up first. Nayara wrote, quick reminder that Asmongold said that he doesn't care if anyone gets negatively impacted because of his coverage. This would imply he controls what his community does, so he doesn't care. But I guess Hassan controls people who aren't even his fans. Asmongold's probably gonna say some shit about how Hassan's responsible for his fans or some shit, right?
If somebody gets negatively affected or somebody harasses them, that's just not my problem. I'm not responsible.
First of all he does is read tweets from Yeet and his own Discord. That's it. And Fox News. He's reading a tweet talking about Nayara, which is Nayara drops a Google Doc apology for past 2023 bigoted tweets and doubling down on culture appropriation. I saw a series of tweets talking about how Terrence Spirit was culture appropriation. I felt the need to comment on it. But yeah, I read that. This was just a person literally just saying, I was pretty ignorant in the past, and I'm trying to own up to that. We call that growth. We love growth, okay? We love people who can grow from their mistakes.
Responsible for other people's behavior, and I'm not going to take any action that will imply that I am. And so that's really all there is to it. So yeah, deserve. No, that's really all there is. And it's not your fault, exactly. And it's not your job. No, and that's why I don't do it, is because like doing it implies that there's some sort of accountability, and there's not at all.
Yeah, dude, you're absolutely right, Asmongold. Someone with a large platform has no responsibility to wield that power, you know, in a responsible way at all. You're so perfect and you've done nothing wrong your entire life. Even though, you know, obviously he's fucking created massive harassment campaigns, but he's not responsible for what people do, even though he says shit like he wants these people to suffer like he suffered and how things are going to get worse. And you guys have seen my videos of Asmongold. I don't need to go into detail with that. But Snyara wrote, quick reminder that Asmongold said that he doesn't care if anyone gets negatively impacted because of his coverage. This would imply he controls what his community does, so he doesn't care. But I guess Hassan controls people who aren't even his fans. Right? And so then this person wrote, ex-Asmongold fan here, I spent 12 hours on fan art of him only for him to shit on it completely. And McConnell had to step in and tell him to chill and thanked me. This man has given zero fucks about his community for years before he even went down the MAGA content hole. And then he responds, hi, I'm sorry, I was upset because you made my favorite weapons in the game, might have Minithil, smaller than it was supposed to be. This was clearly unacceptable. Luckily, we live in 2025 and I was able to use AI to fix your art for you. Because this, of course, this is the only use case. This is the only use case for AI to be a fucking creatively bankrupt asshole. Also love that even with AI, couldn't make him look attractive at all. Just, and of course you have people sucking his dick, being like, here's my art, Asmongold, I hope you like it. I hope you like it. Although there's some people who are like, you're a fucking loser. Like, this is the only use case I've ever seen for AI is to be a complete dick. That's it. That is it. I have seen so many artists have other people use AI and back, fixed it right for you. Sweetie, your character was too diverse. I fixed your art for you. I made him less ugly. Like just a gigantic piece of shit. Fuck Asmongold. We don't like him over here. We don't like him as part of the woods. I'll put out you like to fix find out that someone likes of you. That's what I'm saying though. Like all like these videos I've made recently where I'm talking about how people who have wealth and fame are still fucking losers. That's exactly what I mean. That is a loser shit to do. But he knows his audience, his sycophants, will never check him. So he can just be a complete asshole. He has no one in his real life to check him. His dad unfortunately passed away recently. And that was the last person who had any shot at fixing him. He's brain broken. He's brain broken. And so they do shit like this. And people are like, oh, yo, you're so base. You're so base. You're so based. And I said this shit before even reading that tweet today, that he doesn't give a fuck about anyone besides himself. Because it's very apparent to me. He doesn't give a fuck about anybody. And you want to know, doubly prove that? Do you remember when I talked about the whole Imru situation? I have a video on my channel if you haven't, but like how I talked about that, and I mentioned the fact that Asmongold was teasing out that there was worse things to come, meaning he knew what was happening to Emeru. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Listen to this.
Today, I'm finally going to be opening up about the psychological and domestic abuse, stalking and harassment, sexual assault, and threats of blackmail that Ms. Kiff has done towards me, and some of these issues which are still ongoing. For the entirety of this year, I have attempted to separate myself from him and not talk about him at all, and not talk about this issue, and just not make it a public thing. I always tried my best to keep this to myself, but like I said, I feel like it's gone to the point, which I'll explain later, that I feel like it just has to be done. And I have always believed in not condemning people or starting drama online. So I'm sure a lot of people are going to be asking, why am I doing this and why now? And I would like to explain that.
So like, again, Asmongold clearly knew some shit was happening because he teased this out. He literally stated that if you think this is bad, wait until you know, this comes out. Like, he knew what this was. So this was the big news Asmongold was referring to, huh? Like he fucking knew. He knew. Why was she so surrounded by the absolute people? Tectone, Asmongold, and this fucking guy. Like, they knew. These people fucking knew. Asmongold knew. But guess what? Doesn't affect him personally. So why would he care? But now that he can fucking farm off of this and be like, hey, guess what is going to happen next time, you guys? I'm sure he's already reacting to this shit too. Like, that's the kind of person he is. And that's the kind of people he hangs around with. Those are the people that his audience are fucking endorsing. Like, people who do this shit. Like, it's so crazy to me. It's so fucking insane to me that if you call that out, suddenly you're clout chasing. Suddenly you're fucking doing this for attention, or you're white knighting. It's like, these guys knew about sexual assault and we're just like, It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. You know what the funny thing is? Some folks are sucking it up and feel empathy. Like, yeah, with all they've done, I hide out there showing empathy. Chibi and Grums included. Chibi and Grums are fucking stupid. Low-key dumb if you're spinning her comments about Miz into bashing Asmongold. No, I wouldn't say it's dumb. considering the fact that he literally was teasing this out. He was teasing some shit like that. And the point I'm making is that it's a shitty thing to do. Just like it was a shitty thing for him to do is take someone's fan art, shit on it, and then make it up using AI. Like, I think it's fair. I think it's fair to say that that person like that who fucking founded and raised that organization and allowed shit to happen, more focused on Asmon than Miz. I wasn't even done talking about that topic, dude. Like I was not done talking about the topic, but I'm doing I'm trying to tie this together narratively because I was just talking about Asmongold and I was going to switch over to Mizkif. You got to fucking relax, bro. Like, goddamn, coming in hot. What the fuck? But anyways, so he knew that Mizkif was doing that shit. And obviously, this is not the first time Mizkif has been accused of some fucked up shit. Do you guys remember when he was accused of covering up sexual assault? I think that was like last year? That was last year, right? Everything's coming out just new. Everything's coming out because of today. But like, he was accused, he was covering up sexual assault. God damn, does no one have? No, sorry, that was 3 years ago. 3 years ago. But here. Being involved in Twitch gambling saga, now embroiled in sexual assault allegations. I've taken shots at another streamer for his alleged crypto scams. Mizkif was accused of covering up sexual assault. The fallout regarding a Twitch streamer's gambling scam has taken a dramatic and disturbing turns. One of the streamers involved has been accused of covering up a sexual assault. Yesterday, news broke that it's Slicker, scammed fellow streamers out of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Let's see. There we go. Are you going to send Maya and Mitch to railroad and blackmail me like you did those girls to cover up all the sexual assaults, you fucking scumbag piece of shit? You want to come at me and make this shit up, then you better be sure you don't live in a glass house, you insecure pussy. At this point, we enter the second and most disturbing half of the story, and the main thrust of the current controversy. This sexual assault in question was allegedly committed by Crazy Slick, who was a friend of Mizkif and was at one time his housemate. Crazy Slick allegedly assaulted Adriana Lee, a Texas-based streamer, in a stream posted yesterday. Adriana claimed Crazy Slick sent her sexually charged messages without consent and assaulted her while she passed out of the party. After the incident, Adriana claimed she was coerced into coming forward about the sexual assault and was coached by Mizkif and his then girlfriend on what to say under the auspices that she would not receive backlash, and seemingly downplay Slick's culpability in the incident. In the 2-hour video, Adriana said show clips of Mizkif saying Crazy Slick did harass her, while also talking about how post-assault Crazy Slick used his connection to Mizkif, who seemingly wielded considerable power in the Texas-based streaming community, to undermine Alana Lee's career and alienate her from her friends. People I've literally known for years were super close with have turned on me and tried to come up with some random reason to not like me because they're mad they can't get in Mizkif's circle jerk. She later showed clips of her stream of Mizkif allegedly downplaying Alana's assault, with him saying it's sexual harassment, whatever, at a low scale. It's not really a big deal. I don't think people really gave a shit, really cared. So it's not like, I mean, holy shit. Mizkif has been suspended from the OTK board for lack of empathy and ignorance. Do you know how fucking insane that is? To be suspended from the OTK board for lacking empathy? That's insane. Like, this is like getting kicked out of a Nazi party for being too extreme. Gaming Work One Tree King has suspended founding member and co-owner Miskip from its board for the lack of empathy and ignorance he displayed during his self-dubbed comeback stream in October 2022. He was suspended as a whole back in September after the accusation that he helped cover sexual assault. He took a break from broadcasting after accusations, then went live again on October 11th for a comeback stream. During that stream, the VOD of which has been deleted, he played Super Mario 64, knowing that Hasanabe and XCC are both watching him live in anticipation of watching him address the cover accusations. After saying he wouldn't stop playing the game and ingest things until they left, he ended up just admitting he had no updates. During that same stream, he guest starred a tattoo artist who made an offhand comment about being a masked at cover-ups. Me too, for years, Miskip joked, apparently referring to the allegations. OTK was a statement, December 31st. Conclude there was no direct evidence Miskip attempted to minimize or cover sexual assault as alleged. Based on those findings, OTK reinstated Miskip as a member of his organization. However, his status as a member of the board is a different matter. OTK believes that Miskip has shown a callous disregard towards the severity of his sexual misconduct and racial prejudice in our space. His statements regarding these matters on his comeback stream on October 11th demonstrated a lack of empathy and ignorance towards seriousness of a situation and the impact that his conduct has on our community. Now, I think OTK is a shit org. I've said that many, many, many times. So if a shit organization was like, nah, bro, you a little too extra, like we can't fuck with you like that, I am not surprised that he was also abusive to Emeru, especially considering the fact that one of the reasons why he was no longer part of the board is because of his callous disregard towards the severity of sexual misconduct. Stated earlier that the sexual harassment was low level or whatever, as if he gets to ballpark how intense someone's harassment is. If you have that kind of mentality, right, that is the mentality of someone who doesn't take the safety of others into consideration. So it's not surprising to me that, especially knowing we know where how much pull he has in that Texas area, that Emeru waited this long to say something. It's also not surprising to me that people who are part of the organization also knew something and said nothing. It is fucked up all the way around. Once again, here's her statement.
Threats of blackmail that Ms. Kiff has done towards me, and threats of harassment about the psychological and domestic abuse, stalking and harassment, sexual assault, and threats.
Stalking and harassment, threats, sexual assaults,
of blackmail that
blackmail
Ms. Kiff has done towards me, and some of these issues which are still ongoing.
Like, and also the reason why earlier I had mentioned Asmongold is because he is the owner, or at one point was the owner of the organization while this shit was happening. And it plays into the larger conversation that what we were talking about, the safety of female creators in these spaces, that their safety is of no importance. You saw what happened at TwitchCon. You saw what fucking happened in Santa Monica with Senna Emeru and Ray. You see what consistently happens to women in this space. And then on top of that, they're in the organization they think would protect them. Lo and behold, they knew some shit and said nothing about it. The worst they did was not allow Miskiff to be a member of the board again, but still reinstated him. Still part of OTK, just not a board member. Like, that's fucking insane. Like, that's effectively not a punishment. Like, and that's the shit that gets me so fucking mad, dude. Because it's always this. It's always this, man. It's always this. We create this essentially boys club. And then anyone who's a part of that has to abide by those fucking rules. And when you do that, you create the situations where you can have years of fucking harassment happening to somebody behind the scenes and have to just deal with it. Because you already fucking know people are going to be defending Miskiff. People are going to be defending Miskiff as if he has some sort of credibility or charitability that should be offered towards him, given his history. Like, here we go. Here's some more. Here's some more. Here's some more. In case motherfuckers are like, oh, this is alleged.
I actually wanted to show some of those messages because obviously a lot of these things, yeah, I'm not gonna fully read these out because I honestly just don't want to read them out, but I feel like I want to show them to like kind of show what I'm saying. And I am planning to probably post the VOD of this somewhere, so if you know you want to read this later, happening while I was live, you can literally go find the stream and see me trying to deal with this while I'm live
is she
in the middle
gonna
of a dungeon, trying to just play the fucking game.
Okay. So let's go through the messages because this is about obviously a game. While she's playing a game, she says, I can read it for you guys, don't worry. Emery writes, but how do I know it's not just someone who doesn't follow LOL? Yes, I'm still wanting to be DPS, but for dungeons, I have to tank, yeah. Miskip, you really don't, you don't. Emeru, how can I not take on dungeons? Miskip, you straight up don't have to because you're a DPS? Emeru, my group didn't have other warriors. Miskiff, yeah, I know where this is going and I'm not dealing with it. I asked for a boundary and it's always crossed. You don't know boundaries. Emeru, question mark. How can I not tank as warrior in dungeons? Miskif, because you are a tank? Emeru, when I said I don't want to be a tank, I meant I don't want to tank in raid, which is still true, because I don't know what I'm doing. Miskif, you do not need to tank in dungeons. Emeru, so I just, Miskif, now I'm going to get so much shit nonstop. Emeru, don't ever pull aggro. Miskif, Emmy is better. Emmy is this. I can't have anything Emmy. Jesus Christ, dude, it's a fucking video game. What the fuck are you doing?
And I am planning to probably post the VOD of this somewhere, so
Emmy is better. Oh, you just take. I don't understand what you want me to do. Not tank. Just that simple. Emery, what the fuck does that mean? Miskiff, you already played warrior when I told you we're going to get compared. Emeru, don't pull. I'm going to pull aggro because I'm a warrior. Miskiff, no, you're not. Another warrior can tank. So it sounds like he's upset that she's going to fucking upstage him and people are going to say she's better than him. So he wants her to not play a role so he doesn't look like dog shit. I hope to God I am stupid and I am misunderstanding what's happening here. Because if this is literally about looking good at a video game, I'm gonna fucking lose it.
you know, you want to read this later, that's fine, I guess.
Emeru, I didn't have another warrior in any of my groups today and no warriors wanted to join. Miskip, girl with 27K couldn't find a warrior. You can every time. You just want to tank. I know what you're doing right now and I'm not dealing with it. Emeru, there were no warriors asking to join. And why is it bad for me to pull in dungeons? Miskiff, because now I'm going to get compared nonstop. Because now people are just going to say you're better because I told you this when you first told me that you want to play warrior, and it's already happening, and you just don't care about this stuff ever. There's no boundary with you. Oh my god, he's literally doing this over a fucking video game. He is upset. He is upset that a girl is better than him. This is what it comes down to. He is upset that a girl is better at this role than he is. Like, unfucking believable, dude.
And again, this was all happening while I was live. You can literally go find the stream and see me trying.
There's no boundary with you. Now we're the same class, same thing, tanks. Emru, dude, Miskip, don't do me. I asked you for one thing. I asked for one thing with you. Don't be a tank. And now you're tanking. What can I do? What the fuck am I supposed to do? Don't tank. Yep, there it is. I'm playing the game. Tank Emmy, do it. Let me handle all the hate. Oh my god. Miskip is such a little bitch. It's a fucking video game, bro. If you don't want to be compared to her, then get good.
To deal with this.
What the
While
fuck?
I'm live in the middle of a dungeon, trying to just play the fucking game.
Let me handle all the criticism. You're worse than Emmys. The Emmys so much better. The people saying you're better in every chat. The comparison, since nobody will be on my side. Let me deal with it. You have fun. I asked you not to become a tank and you didn't listen. And now it's the classic, what was I supposed to do? I'm not dealing with this. I am losing my mind. There is no fucking way. This grown-ass man, this grown-ass multi-millionaire is attacking a woman, supposedly a friend, a compatriot, a comrade, while she's live streaming herself playing this game because he doesn't want to be compared to her. You've got to be kidding me, dude. If this is how fucking fragile he is over a video game, then I believe 100% any rumor about this dude. If he can, this was last year, not even a full year ago. This is from November 30th, 2024. And he is acting like the biggest bitch because she plays a role better than he does. I cannot get over that. I cannot get over that. Like, bro, are you serious? Like, are you fucking serious, dude?
Tank Emmy, do it. Let me handle
Oh
all the
my
hate
God.
and criticism. That you're worse than Emmys. The Emmy is so much better. The people saying you're better in every chat. The comparison says nobody will ever be on my side. Let me deal with it. You have fun. I asked you not to become a tank. You didn't listen. And now it's the classic, what was I supposed to do? I'm not dealing with this. And like I said, you can go find the stream.
Insane.
Context. I was playing Warrior in World of Warcraft in like a level 24 dungeon. It was like Silverpine. Like, it was just like...
In fucking World of... Oh, bro. You telling me you're true, and mind you, because this is just a video game. This isn't even like they are playing on the same team. This is you're streaming yourself play this game. I'm streaming myself play this game, and people are saying you're better than me. So instead of me being a grown-ass fucking man and understanding it's a video game and that people just like to talk shit on the internet, no. Let me message you while you're also streaming and tell you don't play this character because you're gonna make me look bad. Unfucking believable. What is with these men in OTK being the most insecure bitches I've ever seen? Holy shit, dude. This is a video. This is nothing serious. This is nothing serious. And look how he's acting.
It wasn't even like... It was like dog shit gameplay, I'm gonna be honest. Like, so, yeah.
Honestly, this is like saying don't stream while I'm streaming because you'll get more viewers than me, and I don't like it. Like, that's what that's saying.
Yeah, Yeah, you can read
Fucking
that later, I
hell, dude.
suppose, if yeah, like I said before, shit, hold on. I was constantly trying so hard to compromise with him because I wanted to be cool and I wanted us to be able to coexist in the same streaming sphere.
See, and that's the shit that women always have to do. And I know some people are gonna call me a white knight or whatever, but I don't give a fuck clearly. Women are always the one, whenever the male's the aggressor, women are always the one who are one to compromise. They'll be the one to, like, I'll be the cool. You've heard the memes like, no, I'm the cool girlfriend. I don't care that he calls women bitches all the time and means it, or that he underestimates my intelligence on a day-to-day basis, because I'm the cool girlfriend. Hey, I'm the cool boss lady. It's okay. If you work with women in like office settings or like in a pressure capacity, they often shrink their voices, right? So like they send an email and it's like, if it's not too much trouble, you can have the file sent by like 5 o'clock tonight. No biggie if you can. And like they have to always try to massage shit. Like this is what this looks like. Where she's like, she had to compromise or try to compromise so they could coexist. A compromise is an agreement between two people, right? Hey, okay, I'll do this. I won't do this if we do this. We'll compromise on this, right? But she's shouldering that entire burden. And then you see Miss Kip be a little bitch. You'd be like, I always set a boundary and you always cross it over a fucking video game.
But I felt like I could never win. And he
Insane.
hated my whole existence. Like ever since that one stream where I had like a little bit more viewers than him.
Did I not just say that? You have more viewers than me. Don't stream at the same time I'm streaming. Don't play this role I'm playing. Like, this is what I'm this is what I'm talking about when I say these people are fucking insecure losers. This is what I mean. Money does not fix it. Money amplifies it. Clout amplifies it. He's so high on his own fucking supply that the fact that there's a woman who could how dare she play the same role and make, have a little bit more viewers than him. And now he hates her forever.
And he would say that it was my fault that his stream was dying.
Insecure men, insecure people do this shit. Insecure people do this shit. Like, this is what I'm always trying to tell you guys. This is what I've been talking about forever. When I talk about these people being insecure and how it creates an unsafe space for women in this area, this is what I mean. Their insecurities are always going to be everyone else's problem. Because women know in this space they are targeted. So they have to make themselves look as cool as possible. They can't say shit publicly. They can't do shit publicly. They'll blame themselves if something happens to them. And you have people like Ms. Kif who are abusing that. My stream's dying because you're playing just think of that from a logical perspective, right? Like if you were to use this for anything that makes no sense. I'm making less money now because you're good at your job. What the fuck? What? You do? Yeah, exactly. It is literally the girlfriend makes or wife makes more money than husband or boyfriend scenario. It's exactly that type of dynamic. They resent you for just being good at what you do. Instead of taking responsibility for themselves and bettering themselves, making better content or whatever the fuck he used to do, he's like, no, I'm going to blame Emery for this shit. It's actually her fault that my stream's fucking dying. Like, it's insane, dude. And this is indicative of the problem that women have in these spaces. They have to deal with this shit on a near consistent basis. And people don't want to acknowledge that. And they'll say, well, no, it's because you guys are titty streamers. It's because you guys are OnlyFans girls. This, and that. Doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter what you do in this space because you will always be a commodity to these people. Emery's cool. Emery's cool because she's a woman in the OTK organization. She must be sick. Look how progressive and open we are. Uh-oh, she has more views than me. Better harass her. Like, fucking hell. And it's not just Mizkif. It's all these guys. It's why I always laugh when they're like, we want to hold these people accountable. And it's always women. It's always women they want to hold to a higher standard. No matter what. No fucking matter what. You want to see the people who get some of the most insane harassment who aren't like political streamers? It's female streamers. Female content creators. Of any kind of content. Doesn't matter what it is. Harassment. Up the ass. It's so fucking unreal. And then to tie back to saying earlier, look at all the shit she's gone through within the last, like, what, 72 hours? And she's been dealing with that, real talk, whole career. Whole career, right? And then you have people who are above her, like I mentioned earlier, like Asmongold, who clearly knew, I can't say to what extent, but clearly knew something bad was going on because he teased it. And instead of helping and protecting, just fucking lets it happen. And then once she comes out, oh, see, like what I told you to be bad. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, the safety of women in this space it's just for content. They don't care about their safety. They get brownie points because, oh, look, we're diverse. We have women in our organization. But do they have any sort of protections for them? Fuck no. Fuck no. That's woke. Like, it's insane. It's fucking insane. God damn, dude. And the worst part is this won't even be the last time. I guarantee I fucking guarantee within the next couple of months, we're going to hear a story of another streamer who has experience with either Mizkif or some other male streamer, right? Because it's always how this goes. Look at this shit. Okay, apparently this is Mizkif talking about it.
We broke up for about a month, then got back together because we thought we can make it work. We went to get food at BJ's, a common place where we would get food, and then we went back to her house. We cuddled for about 30 minutes.
Oh, he's absolutely reading this shit off.
And started to kiss. She said that she was okay with this on her stream, and I started to advance to the next stage because I thought that's what she wanted. She yelped, and I immediately sprung up and was scared if I did anything wrong or did wrong in general. I got scared and left the house. I apologize if that made Emmy uncomfortable for me not saying sorry, and I wish I said sorry back then.
Now, I don't have a ukulele, but I don't need one to know this is a bullshit ass apology. Not only did we fucking see the messages he sent her again over World of Warcraft, but listen to this very last part.
Made Emmy uncomfortable for me not saying sorry. Apologize if that made Emmy uncomfortable.
I apologize if that made Emmy uncomfortable. Not apologizing to the person. I am so sorry you feel that way. That's what that shit is. I am so sorry your feelings are hurt. I feel so terrible that you got hurt. He feels sorry that she was uncomfortable.
Comfortable for me not saying sorry, and
for me not saying sorry.
I said sorry back then.
And I wish I said sorry back then. That's a non-apology. That is a non-apology, dude. Like, no one's buying that, bro. No one's buying, especially because you're clearly fucking reading this off.
We went to get food at BJ's, a common place where we would get food. And then
like this is so fucking bad, dude. This is so fucking bad. Oh my God. Mizkif finally speaks on a situation about his past emerald, says everything was mutual, then drops apology today. Yeah, exactly. No one's buying this shit. No one's buying that shit. Why would you? Why the fuck would you? Like, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Like that's fucking Fucking piece of shit, dude. Like a complete piece of shit. I got nothing else to say. I had nothing to say, man. Like, we've talked about this at nausea. We've mentioned this before. Wait, hold on. What the fuck? I guess I do have more to say. What the fuck?
And at the time, he also would more often do things like going, like if we were driving in the car together, he would be going like 150 miles an hour. And like one time he even said like, well, now we're both gonna die, like threatening to kill both of us. And this wasn't like even necessarily because of me or like because of something I did a lot of the time. Like one of the times that it happened, it was because
Because something fucking happened to him personally, took it on you, right? Because that's the pattern. That's the behavioral pattern I'm seeing.
Getting food, and he was on his phone, and he saw that Mr. Beast had put out a video, and Mr. Beast had invited another streamer, and he was like, "Oh, Mr. Beast invited this guy to his video, not me." And I was like, "Oh, well, you know, like, huh? Yeah, I guess so." Which led to him going 150 miles per hour in the car and talking about killing himself while doing it.
Jesus Christ, bro. Like, honestly, you like... And that's some shit that, again, once again, narcissistic, insecure people do, especially men. They didn't get their way, so now everyone has to fucking suffer. For fucking what, dude? You didn't get into a Mr. Beast video? Like these guys, they only care about fucking money and clout. That's it. They're never satisfied. They're never satisfied. Someone got picked over you. Boo fucking who, dude? Oh, Mr. Beast put this guy in a video? Okay. So now you're going to threaten to kill your girl? Now you're suicidal because Mr. Beast put you in a fucking video? God damn, man. God fucking damn, dude. And again, that's supposed to be someone who made her safe. That's her man. And look how fucking shitty he is. Like, I keep telling y'all, women in this place are not fucking safe, dude. They're not fucking safe. They're not fucking safe. Oh, see, look, like I said, you have Asmongold right fucking here reacting to it as if he didn't know this shit was bad. As if he knows bad.
In Esfan's house, using my code, and Esfan didn't know why I was doing this. He saw me a couple times. I'd be like, "Oh, I'm just gonna go take a nap in your guest room." He'd be like, "Yeah, that's fine." I would sneak into Esfan's house just to have some time of like peace and quiet. But eventually, he figured out where I was going, and he would go over to Esfan's house to keep telling me off.
No escape.
And there was a time that he did it.
What the fuck are you doing? No escape?
I was laying in the guest room bed, and one of the roommates in that house had come to see like why I was crying, and they were standing in the corner. And he came in.
Just nodding along. Like, what a piece of shit too. Okay. All right. I'm gonna stop doing this one because this is just aggravating me. Like, this is goddamn, dude. Okay, wait, hold on, one more time. Sorry. I'm just finding shit out like right now, like live.
On my pants.
This is her talking about how he assaulted her, by the way, just in case you guys need a trigger for this.
I was still sobbing a lot. And then, suddenly, He tried to climb on top of me and aggressively shoved his hand down my pants. And I screamed. I was still sobbing a lot.
And I think that's the part when he said he touched her and she yelped. That's how he described it, and look at how she describes it.
Sobbing a lot.
She was sobbing
Then,
prior.
Suddenly, he tried to climb on top of me and aggressively shoved his hand down my pants. And I screamed.
Even the framing of the situations are completely different. He frames it as, well, you know, we were together and she, you know, we moved to the next step and I touched her and she yelped. And she's like, I was sobbing and then he climbed on top of me and put his hand on my pants. That is not the same. That is absolutely not the same. Like, and then of course, you're gonna have people who are super fucking misogynistic and don't give a fuck about women's space, be talking about like, oh well, you guys know like this is bad, whatever, when they're the same motherfuckers who contribute to these types of situations. Because these people don't care. They clearly don't. Especially because most of them were talking about it, well, the big ones like Tecto and Asmongold were fucking present. They're a part of the organization when it happened. They had to have known. They did nothing. Because they weren't using anything against Mizkif. Now they can use it against Mizkif because they're no longer official part of OTK. Suddenly they give a fuck about what happened to Emiru this past year. Fucking no. This is just the worst fucking organization, dude. And I'm gonna tell you, over the coming days, you're gonna see both more people. You're gonna see people defending Mizkif, either through trying to undermine what she says and what she did. Right? Mizkif himself, I didn't want to show because I didn't give a fuck about him talking about it, but he stated that Emiru was abusive too because she fucking threw plushies at him, which I don't think is on the same continuum scale of driving 150 miles per hour and threatening to kill each other or sexually assaulting someone. But you're also going to see more and more people, presumably women, talking about their experiences with him too. And you know what's going to happen? A couple of weeks later, people are going to forget. Mizkif's going to fucking disappear, then come back, do an apology stream or some bullshit like that. And people are going to say, I forgive you, I forgive you. Because we always forgive men in these spaces. We have infinite empathy and grace for male, especially white, male content creators. We do. We will let these motherfuckers do anything. We'll let them come back from anything. And all this is going to do is make it so that female creators, when they're experiencing this shit, can't speak out because no one's going to believe them. Because you'll have an army of fucking incels being like, no, you're just lying on him because you need clout or this, and that. And I wish I was fucking wrong, dude. But this has happened before. Like, I feel so fucking bad for her, man. I feel so fucking bad for her. Fuck Mizkif, man. Fuck all those guys. Misogynistic pieces of shit, dude. Fucking insecure pieces of shit. All right, let me get some water. Let me get some water. We'll it's gonna be kind of a hard pivot. But we're gonna watch this fucking debate. I'll be like 16 seconds. I don't know why I said 16. Okay, that was 16 seconds, right? That was 16 seconds? That was 16 seconds. I'm the fucking Flash, baby. Yeah. Yeah. Here. Okay. All right, gang. We're gonna shift. We're doing a shift right now. We're shifting. No, that was 16 seconds. I counted. That was 16 seconds. I'm very fast when it comes to movement speed. Only movement speed, I'm fast. We are getting ready right now. We are going to watch this debate. Not the entire thing. I don't think he was there for fucking 4 hours, but we're gonna watch this from the beginning. I forgot which format I was gonna use for this one. I think I'll do the streamer mode on this one. I'll go streamer mode on this one. You guys like it this way? Got that fresh cut, of course. Of course. I had to look human. I was looking a little too rough. A little too rough. All right, let's do it immediately. So, if you guys don't know who we're about to see, this is Colin Moriarty talking to Jeff Tarzia, aka Smash JT, aka the AI hallucination version of Pee Wee Herman. Smash JT is a grifter. He is one of those content creators who's basically a slop content producer who does nothing but put out negative news coverage about literally everything in video games and is obsessed with one Alyssa Mercante to the point where he's currently being sued by them because he's produced like quite literally over 200 videos or 200 hours worth of videos on just that one person. So that's his framework. And as you can see from the screen, he's using an AI from VO. And he can't, goddamn, dude, he can't even fucking make this a full screen thing. Just make it the background too. It's easy, whatever. Let's just start. No, I'm not doing this. This is fucking stupid. Let's just get to when he's actually talking. Here's an intro. Oh my god, what is this?
Let's fucking go!
Is that fucking hypno? Oh my god, these guys are losers. Jesus.
Smash JT in the tub of the flow.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm sorry. I go through a lot of brain rot. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. Not doing this, dude. Jesus Christ. What the? Oh my god. I don't even want to know who these people are. Although I think one of them is like Ginger Prime or John De La Rose. I don't know who the fucking black kid with the horns is. This has been going on. Jesus. What the what? Oh my god. There's no way. There ain't no way. There ain't no way you have two intros. Ain't no way you're using AI of a random. Oh my god. Bro, what the fuck? Jesus Christ. He has two intros and it's just random women, AI women. Just what? You're a married man with like 2 kids. That's his fucking wife. Just put her in here. Weird to have her after this image. So we are literally 5 minutes into this. Jesus Christ. Oh, that's Eric TV. Oh my. Does this is them dunking on him, mind you. Does this not, of course, Alyssa. Of course. Y'all, if this doesn't give you insight to what kind of person this is, we are 10 minutes almost. We are 10 minutes into this. What the bro? Oh, when I told you he was obsessed with Alyssa Mercante, I was not fucking kidding. I was not kidding. We go through 12 minutes of bullshit intros, and then the first thing he talks about.
Cringe? I mean, to be fair, I don't necessarily disagree, but it's like cringe it feels very me. It's my vibe, and I love it. But shout out to Varadark, you rock. As far as what we're gonna be covering tonight, we got Colin Montgomery will be Montgomery. Colin Moriarty, Jesus Christ, I'm already breaking down. Hour or so, maybe long. I want to respect people.
Appeal.
It's for you. Stream.
What the?
Shout out
the
to you
fuck?
guys. I know there's gonna be a lot of people that are new to the stream, so this one is for you.
This is a Journo Rat Felting emergency appeal. Everyday video game journalists like Alyssa Mercante are suffering from a mind virus called YouTuber derangement syndrome.
You don't think it's insane how the level of delusion this guy possesses to say that Alyssa has YouTuber derangement syndrome, where he prefaced this by saying, if you're new to this channel, here you go. And then he immediately talks about Alyssa. Like, this motherfucker is so brain broken, dude. He's so goddamn brain broken. I just want to start. Bring Hypnotic into the debate with Colin Smash. His own audience does not think he's equipped to engage in a conversation with Colin Moriarty. By the way, Colin Moriarty, he was like, I think he was like a games journalist or games writer, and he now has his own shit with sacred symbols. He's been in the industry for a long time, is what I'm getting at. So he has lots of knowledge, insider knowledge. So they're saying off rip, bring someone for backup.
One-on-one, a fair just conversation. I don't want to try to corner someone or anything like that. Just have a chat. And finally, we got Jay Viper for the 5-banger. Go woke, go to the 4th in the charts, barely ahead of Madden's 2nd month and Helldivers 2. With that all out of the way.
So I have to chime in. First off, Jay Viper has no emotion. He sucks. Secondly, he's saying go work, go 4th in the chart. They're talking about Ghost of Yote, I believe, which, mind you, is the 18th best-selling game of the year 2 days into its release. And these motherfuckers have moved the goalpost to such a degree where now they're barely ahead of very popular franchise Madden and massively multiplayer game Helldivers 2. But notice how it says barely ahead, meaning they're still ahead of giant popular Madden and Helldivers 2, which took the world by storm.
2nd month and Helldivers 2. Tonight, that would.
There we go.
Welcome.
Okay.
Hey, how are you?
By the way, all this started because of a Twitter exchange, and like Smash is running his mouth, and so then Colin's like, "Let me go on the show before you do," and he did it.
Intro was really bad.
Where's my camera?
It's good. It's good to be here with you today.
Like bad in a good way, or
no,
just really bad?
No, bad in a bad way.
Like how so? How could I improve?
It's just too much. Like, think less Sopranos, more Mad Men. Get in and get out. The little sting.
I was talking about his intro.
That's fair.
I was saying that's fucking too long.
I didn't know like when it was. I wanted to be here early just in case I was expected. You told me a quarter after.
Yeah.
But I sat through a lot of that, and
it's good shit. Huh?
It was the thing that happened. Yeah.
See, right off rip, same wavelength. Now, mind you, I'm not like some Colin defender, right? So don't take this as like man, I'm a big Colin fan. I just don't like Smash JT for a multitude of reasons. He's a misogynist piece of shit. He lies all the goddamn time. He's just completely dishonest and does literally anything for views. And if you were here earlier in the stream, you understand that I don't fucking like people who just do things solely for money and have no integrity whatsoever. He lacks integrity. And I have personal reasons to not like him. I'm being completely transparent. I don't fuck with this guy. I'm not like a Colin fan.
Very nice of you to join. And I know we are kind of standing on, I guess you could say, two sides of a coin. But before we even dive into our perspectives, why don't
what the fuck?
I'm sure
what is that? I'm sorry, I'm being nitpicky, but again, I hate this man. What the fuck does that mean?
Kind of standing on, I guess you could say, two sides of a coin, but
standing on two sides of the coin. That's not even an expression. You're standing on different sides. Two sides across you're across the aisle, two sides of the line, whatever. Or you're opposite sides of the same coin. You're not standing on the fucking dumbass.
Before we even dive into our perspectives, why don't you? I'm sure most people already know who you are. Your reputation precedes you. But why don't you tell people who you are, where they can find you, and what your history is and stuff like that, where you're coming from.
Okay, thank you for having me. My name is Colin Moriarty. I am the host of a PlayStation podcast called Sacred Symbols that I've been doing for a long time. I've basically been the co-host or host of the 3 biggest PlayStation podcasts over time. So Podcast Beyond, which still exists, that I left in 2015, and then PS I Love You, which is defunct now, and then Sacred Symbols. I run a popular Patreon called Last Stand Media. We do a podcast network, and I've been in the games industry professionally for 23 years, I guess now, since I was
Yeah,
in
like I said,
college.
he has
So,
experience.
yeah, and I really just wanted to be on because I'm so I'm confused and befuddled by your lack of faith in the Circana numbers, and I'm wondering.
So basically, what started all of this was Circana, which they'll get into obviously, but Circana is a like a service that basically gets numbers directly from publishers. I want you to keep that in mind, okay? They get it directly from publishers and they report on it. So like if they say, for example, if Circana releases data saying that the best-selling games of October was number 1 Ghost of Yotei, number 2 Assassin's Creed Shadows, number 3 like fucking Forspoken, then those are the numbers. Like those are the numbers they've gotten directly from the publishers. It's not hearsay.
If you truly understand what they are.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we
so
can.
that's
He's also
kind of
calling him
like,
a dumbass.
You quote tweeted me. That's how I saw all this to begin with. I just said the kind of anodyne thing about Ghost of Yotei that I really like it. I'm not a big fan of Ghost of Tsushima, so I think it's a big step up from the original game. It's the 18th best-selling game in the United States already.
Yeah, like I said,
after 3 days counted. And I just I feel like you and a lot of other people are spreading this somewhat misinformation about what.
and mind you, all his tweet said was, I'm happy for Sucker Punch that Ghost of Yotei is a certified commercial hit. It's already the 18th best-selling game in the US for the entire year after only 3 days. Sorry, I said 2 originally. After only 3 days of sales were counted. Great sign. It's a huge step up from Tsushima. A classic sequel, really recommended. That's it.
Circana is comparable to VG charts or Alinea or these other places that are actual data houses, as opposed to a company, a 50-year-old company that has direct access to the numbers. So that's, and I feel like you're kind of obfuscating that with your audience, but it's like we can be on 2 separate sides, but what I'm saying is 100% true. So that's why I wanted to see how you responded to that, and I'll leave it there.
Oh yeah, sure. I think that's actually.
Also, just I don't know if it's gonna show here. Let me minimize for a second. If the live chat's gonna be here or not. No, okay. Oh, the live chat is here. No, I'm not gonna use it because it's not gonna look good on stream. But oh no, it is on here. Oh, sick. Okay, because there's some people in this chat that I'm going to talk about.
Actually, a good intro to this. So when it comes to Circana, what?
And I'll give you a hint.
Numbers.
It's the guys with the wrenches next to their name.
The Circana data is the 20 highest grossing. It's actually by dollar sales level of retail plus digital games sold in the United States, as accessed by Circana's retail constellation, plus their direct access to the storefronts. Famously,
and are they? But
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I thought you were done. Sorry. Continue.
I was just going to say it. So famously, Circana actually has incomplete data when it comes to, say, Nintendo.
Right.
Nintendo doesn't share their digital sales, but they can't hide their retail sales because Circana gets that from the retailers themselves. So Nintendo can't do anything about it.
Right. Okay. So also, I made a mistake. So I say publisher, they get directly from the retailers, which is honestly more important because, yeah, like Colin said, they can't bullshit you.
And Ubisoft recently pulled out of Circana, so their numbers don't appear anymore at all.
Okay.
So the reason why I think this argument about Yotei is strange is it's not if it's doing well or it's not. I don't think it's selling as well as Tsushima did. I think that there's probably a few reasons for that are notable and interesting. But it's certainly doing well.
I mean, if it's not selling as well as Tsushima did, it would have to be because of the PS4 install base versus the PS5 install base, right? PS5 has been around a far shorter time than the PS4 was by the time Ghost of Tsushima had released. And of course, the PS5 was harder to get because of COVID and stuff too. So people are still buying PS5s. Like, there's a lot going into it. But like, I believe when you take that into account that it's selling at a similar clip than Ghost of Tsushima did. So ultimately, they are ultimately selling the same.
Well, 18th in the United States after 3 days on one console is objectively impressive. It's not January or February. We're talking about August numbers. So now we have a stack of games from Monster Hunter Wild and all the EA sports games do other things.
Let me actually ask you about that because I was thinking about that before the stream. 18th after 3 days, I guess on the surface does sound pretty impressive.
What do you mean on the surface? What do you mean on the surface? If we are in October, Ghost of Yotei released. Let's look at this together. Ghost of Yotei. Release date. October 2nd. October fucking 2nd, okay? October 2nd. And within 3 days, October is the 10th month of the year. There's 2 more months and the year's done. Within 3 days of it being released, it is the 18th best-selling game. Just with 3 days of sales counted. It's not on the surface impressive. It's only released on one console. It's not multi-platform. It's not on PC yet. Because they will obviously put this on PC like they did with Ghost of Tsushima, and which make it sell more. It is already the 18th best-selling game of the year in the country. After 3 days, that's again, we're talking about basketball terms. This would be like if you were a rookie and after your first 3 games, you are already like top 100 in scoring.
But then if you take a step back and consider it's a AAA title, and how many AAA titles launch every year? And we're now towards the end of the year. So there's been a lot of time that's passed. Would you say 20, 30 AAA titles a year come out or so?
Yeah, I think it probably depends on how you even define that number.
What is the
probably
point
more
of
than
this?
that, actually, like if you consider games that will never chart but are pretty good and certainly AAA, like a Chronos or a Hell Is Us or something like that,
Okay.
you could probably get to something more like 50. But even if you wanted to call those AA games or whatever, the point is that the numbers are, or the charts are organized by dollar sales, and they know the numbers, and people with Circana access can see the numbers, but they don't share them because that's the product that they're selling. We have to remember that.
I don't really. I want to take you to task on that. I don't
What?
buy that.
But it's true.
What?
I had a subscription
I think we
to it.
disagree on that point right there. I don't think it's the product they're selling. I think it's they're withholding to maintain good graces with these companies because otherwise the companies are not going to continue to provide them the numbers.
That's so fucking stupid. That's so fucking stupid. Why would Circana be trying to good? Ubisoft pulled out of Circana. Right? They pulled out of Circana because they want the numbers reported. Circana is doing a service not for the companies. It's for the people who want access to that data. Most likely, logically speaking, would be like people who may be invested in those companies to know how much money they're actually making. Like this is so dumb. Why would Circana be like, we're actually going to lie and say Ghost of Tsushima was 4th because we want Sucker Punch to like us.
If they don't make them look as good as possible, would you agree with that?
No, because when you, and I can understand why people might think that, but the real value in the data. So think about like the number or the charts that they send out every month as like the hors d'oeuvre. And it's like, if you want more than that, that's sit at the table. It costs thousands of dollars to join Circana. As I said to you on Twitter, and I can expand on it, is like when I was at IGN many years ago and was still NPD group, we had a Circana. It was an NPD subscription at the time. It cost 6 figures, and you're contractually obligated to not share the numbers. In fact, they would be so protective about the numbers that they would often give different people different numbers to try to track leaks.
Now, why is that?
Because that's their product, you dumbass. If I can go to IGN for free and get all the Circana numbers, why would I want to then buy Circana product? This is like not understanding movie trailers. This is like going, oh, why would this production company, why would they only tease a bit of this movie? Is it because they're not confident it's going to do it? No, idiot, because they want you to watch their product. They want to get you interested. And then once you're interested, same thing happens in fucking news articles. They paywall certain things. They give you some things for free. Or back in the day for cable, when they would give you free access to like, here's HBO for the weekend. Oh, you like it? You like what you got? Pay us money. We'll give you more what you want. It's a basic principle. Like, how does this not make any sense? How are you confused on this?
My assumption, I don't really know. My assumption is that it's probably something to do with like, if we have everyone buying in and sharing numbers and being honest and equitable, then we should probably universally protect the numbers from being publicly exposed, because it's really a part of a data set that can be, as it is happening now, I think with Yote, somewhat misrepresented. I think it's a big reason why Ubisoft left Circana is because Assassin's Creed Shadows and Star Wars Outlaws were widely attacked for their sales figures, but Assassin's Creed Shadows, so in July was the last month that Assassin's Creed Shadows would have been posted on Circana, and at that point, it was the third best-selling game in the United States for the year.
Yeah,
so
behind Monster Hunter Wilds, which was crazy.
Like, you can feel how you want about Yote, about it being woke, about people not liking it, about the actress, about Sucker Punch, all those kinds of things. But Circana data is the gold standard of data. It's the only really reliable data we have, and you have to obviously garner other things about it because it's the United States only. But the US is the biggest core gaming market in the world. If you assume certain things about the data is true, for instance, Western Europe reflecting, or Latin America reflecting these numbers, but in lesser numbers, you can kind of start putting a picture together. That's why I'm a little surprised why people aren't super, like, I think it's a fun puzzle.
You're saying it's the gold standard, and I'm surprised that people aren't just going along with it. And I would push back saying, because there is, and I think you'd agree with this, there's a lot of trust me, bro, with it. Like,
you're the trust me, bro, though. Like, my window's fucking open. It's cold as shit right now. But like, Smash JT is the guy who's like, trust me, bro. Do you guys remember when he fell for fake sources? I believe like Mick Dizzle like tricked him. He was like, I vetted this source. No, you didn't. He also says he has sources in, like, hold on. I don't know if they pull this up, but it's me, so I have to do this. Let's do YouTube real quick. Do Smash JT BioWare. By the way, I am watching Critical Role only because Ben is DMing. Someone at BioWare just called me, and yikes. Someone at BioWare just called me. We're supposed to believe this guy. We're supposed to believe. He's saying there's trust me, bro, people. This is him. This is him.
I received a phone call from somebody who works at BioWare. They reached out to me directly, and I confirmed from their actual official Twitter account, so I can confirm with you guys personally, take it or leave it if you don't believe me, by the way, that I spoke to someone on the inside.
Yeah, dude. The guy, mind you, if you guys aren't aware what was the world like 11 months ago, what game, when did the Velgar come out? Velgar came out October 31st, 2024. So 11 months ago, which is almost a year ago, was when Dragon Age Velgar came out. If you guys aren't aware of the shit that was happening around this game, these guys were doing everything they could to make sure that Dragon Age the Velgar was a toxic game to talk about on the internet, to say the least. Smash JT also, Assassin's Creed. He also said he had an insider with Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed Shadow is going to bomb. Assassin's Creed Shadow just dropped an embarrassing line. Mind you, this is the guy who's saying there's too many trust me, bro. There's too many trust me, bro people out there. He is one of the main ones. In fact, if you just go to his fucking page, talk about Derek Jaffe. What the, like, Hassan Abuse, Shields of Yote. Mind you, he was just talking about, he did it twice. Like, this is the guy. who's saying there's too many trust me bros out there. He's saying Yotai destroyed Tsushima. And what's his source? What's his source
Would you
here?
be shocked if I told you that games journos are out there running defense for Sucker Punch and Ghost of Yotei?
Automatically saying that game journals are running defense. What's his source? Nothing. His source is misreading a fucking article. That's his entire source. This is the motherfucker trying to tell you there's too many trust me bro people out there. Just to give you guys context of who he is.
It's not hard numbers. It's
hard numbers if you have access to the data. That's what I'm telling you. Like when I had access to the subscription, it was hard numbers.
But because they don't give the full transparency to those numbers, it leaves room to be able to psychologically manipulate how people should feel about something.
What the fuck are you talking about? No, it doesn't. It doesn't give room for people to be psychologically manipulated. That's what you assholes do. Because they give you raw data, but you don't have access to it because you don't pay for it. So what they tell you online is these are the top 5, 10, 20 selling games. And then you dumbasses make up conspiracy theories going, well, there's no way Ghost of Yotei, that woke game I said was going to be bad, can be top 4 unless Circana is running defense for Sucker Punch because they're secretly part of the woke cabal.
Is that fair to say?
I mean,
no,
maybe you can look at it like that, but I really think, I don't know how long you've been tracking like NPD numbers. The NPD numbers go all the way back to the mid 90s. So, and
I mean, I'm not new to this world either.
No,
Very dark. Why is it Colin believes that Sony, like many companies, will share their numbers to brag if a title exceeds expectations, but then withhold games figures with others if it's doing so well? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? And the thing is too is Sony did the same shit. Hold on. Sony did the same shit with Ghost of Tsushima. I'm going to make sure I go big face for a second because I'm going to be on Twitter and people do crazy fan art. So let's make sure I'm not going to get clapped here. Okay, I'm very glad I changed it. I'm very glad I changed it because after I scroll down, there's literally the third picture. It was just animated porn. So I want to look for something real quick because they did the same shit. Like Sony did not talk about the sales of Ghost of Tsushima either. And it's not because, oh, it's actually doing pretty poorly. Sucker Punch just doesn't do that. Like that's it. They just don't do that because they don't fucking have to. What they usually do is go like, it's out now. Thank you guys so much for playing it, supporting this game. That's it. To be like, for your thing to be like, how come they don't always share their sales? And then you get data that says, well, it's the 4th best selling game in the country and it's the 18th best of the year. And you're just like, but how come Sucker Punch isn't saying it? Who cares? If the data is they are the 18th best selling game in the fucking country after 3 days, what does it matter if Sucker Punch is actually posting about it? Because you know what Sucker Punch's job is to get you hyped for it. So their Twitter right now, I can show you because it's safe. Their Twitter is people's footage. It's talking about updates for patches. It's screenshots. It's them reblogging people's stuff. Reposting. Sorry, I went Tumblr for a second. Ghost of came out October 2nd. Ghost of Yotei is out now. And it's the deluxe edition. And then it's just like, hey, thank you, Hideo Kojima and our good friends. Like, they're just celebrating its release. They did the same thing for Ghost of Tsushima. Happy 5th anniversary for Ghost of Tsushima. Like, at no point are they talking about the fucking sales of anything. Ghost of Tsushima launching on PC. Ghost of Tsushima was on sale. Ghost of Tsushima Ghost. Like, even if we go back to like when the game came, this is 2022. This is 2 years after the game came out. Like, they don't do that, and they don't have to. That's it. Like, they don't like, it's so stupid to be like, how come they don't talk about this thing when the sells good? Like, who cares?
At Sony, I've been in the game industry myself. I'm not some random dude that just
Wait, because even when they do talk about it, they'll be like, well, you said players instead of sales. Yeah, dude, I said thank you for 10 million players. You can't extrapolate from that? Like, and again, what do you care? Like, they only care about the sales because they want to be like, see, the game failed because it's woke. They don't give a shit about the game itself.
For the year. So I just think that, like, you can feel how you want about Yote, about it being woke, about people not liking it, about the actress, about Sucker Punch, all those kinds of things. But Circana data is the gold standard of data. It's the only really reliable data we have. And you have to obviously garner other things about it because it's the United States only. But the US is the biggest core gaming market in the world. If you assume certain things about the data is true, for
we skipped the sauce part right.
I mean, maybe you can look at it like that, but
so this is not new to me either. And that's not trying to big time.
Wait, did you say you worked at did you say you worked at Sony?
Sony Online Entertainment.
Oh, okay, cool. So you don't know that I would imagine SOE was incredibly attracted to the NPD numbers at the time, knowing that they were contributing to them.
No, okay. So here's a fun fact: Smash JT was a QA tester. He didn't fucking work at Sony Online Entertainment. He was a QA tester. That's a temp job. You're not even like he didn't work for Sony.
Not necessarily. It was more MMORPG, longevity stuff. They didn't really care about that when I was there, at least. Not that I know.
And the thing is too is he knows he's getting caught, which is like he's saying they didn't care about. You think a company SOE, Sony Online Entertainment, which is responsible for like the MMO stuff, you think they wouldn't care about the fucking sales numbers? How much money their game was making, how much revenue was getting? You think they would be not interested in that?
I noticed.
It's surprising that I don't know. I've never really heard of people working in the industry and not understanding that. Like, these are like probably this is like the only data set we really get that can be super reliable, as opposed to like VG charts. I don't know how they do it now, but I remember back in the day, a lot of it was like they would call random stores.
So out of his depth. He's so out of his depth.
The numbers into and try to garner the numbers and then correct them later. Alinea does a very
so out of his depth,
thing.
you
They have
guys.
like kind of a bespoke data system where they try to garner the numbers and then they make backwards corrections. But the only thing I'm trying to say is that this particular data, you don't see the transparent numbers if you don't subscribe. At least I don't know how it is anymore, but this is the way it was when I used to read the numbers. You would get literal Excel spreadsheets that were many thousands of cells long. And what I was saying on my show recently was like, we would at IGN often scroll to the bottom because because random shit would get ingested. Like a random 32X game was dug up behind someone's, in the back room of an EB and they sold it, or like a Dreamcast game.
Right.
And so like every little thing would be tracked.
Yep.
And what's funny is that I think you might have
Jay Viper. So Colin, have you seen the numbers? Listen to him speak, dumbass.
5 or 10 years ago. But as of 2023, when they started ingesting the digital data directly from the store,
I know I'm blocking a couple of the chats on his chat, but like
their numbers
that's why I'm reading out loud.
Accurate. They're probably more accurate than they've ever been since the retail only era.
I'm not questioning how they're accurate with their numbers. I want to be very clear about that. I'm saying that they're not divulging the numbers to us, which allows for a lot of variables to enter the picture. Which I think,
but it doesn't.
That, right?
That's what you do.
Yeah, I think if you interpret them not understanding where the numbers come from, then I think that's.
Colin's he's trying to be. I know he's going to lose his mind. He's trying to be so charitable to like gently explain to him, it's like, yes, if you do not understand these numbers, then sure, you can hallucinate what their actual meaning is. And if you look at Smash JT, that looks like a motherfucker who doesn't understand what these numbers are coming from. Hence his confusion.
It's accurate.
I mean,
But
I
again, they're
understand where the
not going to
numbers
give
come
away the
from.
milk for free. They're not going to like give their.
I get that,
It's an expensive
but I
product.
feel
They
like-
invest a lot of money
I
into
get
it.
that, but I feel like you're running defense for how it operates.
He's
which-
saying he's saying he gets that. I get it. No, I understand. I get it. But there's no but then. This is the business. This is capitalism. This is just capitalism. They're not going to tell you fucking everything because that's not their job. Their job is not to deal in transparency to random fucking YouTubers can use it for video and internet culture points. They invested thousands upon thousands of dollars in this product, probably even hundreds of thousands of dollars in this product, right? So they want to get an ROI, a good ROI. They can't do that if everyone knows their numbers. They can tell you the order, but as far as the numbers go, like again, I keep talking about sports because I love basketball, but imagine if the top 10 scorers of all time was just in the list, right? It's like LeBron James, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, like whatever, right? But they didn't tell you how many points they had. And if you want to get the points, you have to subscribe to NBA.com to actually see the points. And no other media is allowed to tell you how many points they have, right? If the supply is controlled and limited and you want access to it, the demand is high, and you have the supply and you're the only one supplying it, you set the price. People want to know. He's confused as to why they're doing that, yet his confusion in wanting the numbers is precisely why they do it. Because the people who want the numbers for various reasons are willing to pay for it. That's how this works. It's a very basic concept. They have something you want. And since you can't get it from anywhere else, they set the price. They effectively have a monopoly on this data set. And they will tell you the order, but you don't care about who's number one, number two, number three. You want to know how much is number one making, how much does number two make, how much number three make, right? Other companies who want to know this information. If IGN wants to know, it's so they can do their rankings. They can tell which games sell better. If other publishers want to know, they want to see what their competition's doing. They want to see where they rank. Like, there's so many reasons why this is an actual business, and they've been doing it for fucking like 50 years. Actually, how long has Circana been? Since 1966. So I think they have a pretty good understanding of how their business works. And how dare you make me talk about monopolies in a non-negative way? Monopolies are bad, chat. Monopolies are bad.
Okay, that's fair. I'm not saying I'm right, you're wrong. I'm just saying I'm asking for transparency, and it seems like you're protecting how the operation works. Would that be fair?
No, he's explaining how it works.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would love a system where we had a transparent, like actually Japan's a great example, although it's retail only. Europe, the same thing, like a retail only
I'm glad you
situation.
brought that up because that's where I was just going to take this. Before the stream, I brought this chart up. This is the first 2 weeks that we have of actual tangible data that is fully transparent. This is
Smash JT. JT's trying to super hard to avoid. It feels like this game, and I don't like. Oh,
Not
I
Circana.
promise you,
This
he
is
will talk about his feelings.
Japanese launch sales, Famitsu, which physical, and this tells me that
Holt, Classic, Cage. All these fucking losers flock to each other. Colin, you said Smash JT should learn something, but when that information is paywalled, you just come out privileged just trying to get a cheap shot, a cheap gotcha. No. What? God damn, you guys are stupid.
Japan is being very transparent, and it shows me a picture of, at least when it comes to physical, Ghost of Tsushima blew this out of the water, and that was during the pandemic where people weren't really leaving their houses. You would have thought digital would have blown up at that point, not physical.
Yeah, maybe not not in that era. I mean, it wasn't until a few quarters ago that they really started selling an impressive amount of numbers in retail units physically anywhere in the world. The reason that the
Well, like, Smash JT's chat is just basically people, most of them just going, oh my God, Colin's so dumb. Smash is so smart. It's so fucking stupid.
numbers have always been interesting, but the reason that they're not very valuable is the same reason why the Circana data wasn't valuable in, say, 2017. because it doesn't, or 2020 because it doesn't include the digital data. That's why people stopped citing it for a long time. They were in a lot of trouble, and then they actually figured it out. So now they have access to Steam, to PSN, to Xbox Live, and as I said earlier, Nintendo's the only holdout. So we just have the only thing we know about the Circana data in terms of the order it's presented is that the Nintendo numbers would always be stronger. That's it.
Right. Right. Which again, that kind of goes to my point of it. The information that we get from Circana is not necessarily accurate when you start giving places for what games sold where. If you're missing data,
He just said that Circana is used for USA, for the United States of America. Like, he already said that. And he's mentioned that caveat saying, but USA is the biggest market for this. So you can extrapolate from there. If a game was #1 in the United States, it's most likely going to be #1, at the very least top 3 across the globe.
from a segment of games.
Yeah, that's why you have to read the legend on the bottom of every graph where it says all that. I mean, that's
I
it.
understand that. But when
so
people don't do that when they run with headlines and say it's the 18th best-selling game of the year. And
yeah,
they leave
with
it
a series of caveats. It doesn't include expansions. It doesn't include micro transactions. It doesn't include all these other things. Yeah, I thought everyone knows that because it says at the bottom of every chart, doesn't include
Yes.
Nintendo Digital.
This chart
sales.
literally
And all
says
Nintendo doesn't
Japan
include Xbox
sales.
I'm
digital
not arguing with you on this. I'm just saying, like, it's leaves room for manipulating what place the game really is. Would you agree?
No,
with
it doesn't.
No, I wouldn't agree with that. The numbers are ordered based on the data as they're saying it. If they were hiding that they weren't using the Nintendo numbers, then that would be a different story. But they're telling you what numbers are included and what weren't. For instance, when Ubisoft went away, they said that Ubisoft went away, so Assassin's Creed disappeared off the chart. It didn't go from #3 to off the chart. It just disappeared because they weren't tracking the numbers anymore. Conversely, when they get new data, they go backwards and update,
And they
it. So
update
once-
it.
When
Yeah.
Ubisoft inevitably comes back, probably after everything settles down with their new publishing arrangements, they'll go back and correct the numbers again, and then we'll see how all these games sold. That's what happened with the digital sales. They went from 2010 to 2023.
Oh boy.
and updated all the
Wait,
charts
hold
once they
on.
had
Look
access
at
to
this
the
chat.
digital sales.
This big red one right here
Change
coming up.
the place of where things were.
I know
right?
my
to
big ass
more
head's in the way.
Right.
So
Instead of saying like these are physical charts, now it's like these are complete charts.
Right.
And that's
this is why I like having the
that
chat
goes
up
back
here.
to
Okay,
my
this
whole
is good
point.
enough. Legacy journalism is dead. This is a media literacy cope. If you can't acknowledge that much of the rest of the world doesn't think like the West and doesn't necessarily support woke ideology in games like Yote, you rely only on US only data. Oh my God. This is his audience. This is the audience Master T has cultivated by saying this is the media literacy cope. This isn't even media literacy. This isn't media literacy. This is people who understand the behind the scenes of the game industry, people who flat out don't. This actually, he's so media literate that he thinks that this is media literacy, which is not. And then he says you have to use US only data, as if the United States of America is a woke country, as if our president's super woke. Fucking hell. If you can't acknowledge that much of the rest of the world, you just say the rest of the world doesn't think like the West and doesn't necessarily support woke ideology in games like Yote, it's not the best-selling game. You know what? Ghost of Yote and I don't know, I think sales. What do we say here? US launch, other test key, sales reported rate BAC. Okay, so push is push square. Consent. Following from on its impressive #1 debut in Japanese sales charts. So in Japan, who you guys said doesn't like woke, it was literally #1. The PSR exclusive moved 120,000 physical copies within the launch week, having dropped on 2nd October. It's shifted an additional 26,000 units since then, bringing the total up to 146,000 copies. Again, that is very healthy return for a non-Nintendo title or something that isn't an evergreen property like Dragon Quest or Monster Hunter. Speaking of Evergreen and Nintendo games, it was Switch 2's launch title Mario Kart World that jumped Sony's latest. It'll be interesting to see whether Yote remains in the top 10 by this time next week. So during its release, it was literally the #1 game in Japan. It was the #1 game in Japan. These people never know what they're talking about, whether it's the grifters or their audience, which is why I always implore you guys to fucking research shit before you pop off.
Of like why I feel like Circana is not something that we should be championing as, oh, look, it is doing great. Because it's like, well, is it though? Like just because a bunch of caveats, all these other things, and to portray it the best way with words that are used to put the image into focus the most perfect way you can, say, because of all these things we said, the game is a success. It's like, well, I mean, I guess you could do that with a lot of things. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair to say, but I also think that that's like other people's positioning. Sony hasn't said anything about the game, which is not a huge surprise because they don't say anything about anything anymore.
Concern you?
Okay, so look here. Hypnotic. So how come when you put on the numbers, you don't mention these details? You only say the placement of the game on manipulated chart. Oh, it's number 4. Oh, no, not oh, it's number 4 without digital sales in Japan. This motherfucker Hypnotic will be like, this is the worst game ever. Like he has no room to talk. Oh, this is why I wanted to chat up. Because by the way, I think he mods for him. So like here, let's just I'm not gonna play a whole video of his because I don't want to, do even more brain rot. But look. Let's see here. They're gaslighting you by Yote. They won't learn. Massive drop. They're losing their minds over Ghost of Yote Japanese sales. Okay, let's see this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So apparently Ghost of Yote.
Oh, this is perfect because this is I believe this is the same post I just read. Oh, that's perfect.
Has finally had the Japan numbers released from Famitsu, and all week we've been talking about this hard.
Yeah.
Where physical is king, there's going to be an equal amount of people who are going to want to buy this game. Why this is important is because we have been wondering, well, if this game truly is a massive success and it is totally not a flop compared to Tsushima, then clearly in Japan, where physical is king, there's going to be an equal amount of people who are going to want to buy this game physically, right? There's not going to be a massive drop off in Japan because in Japan, physical's king. So they're going to want.
So he keeps saying physical is king. Physical is king. Do you think he has proof of that? No.
To buy the game, right? Especially since Ghost of Tsushima was a brand new IP.
Oh my God, get to the fucking point.
Sales, but they're making it up in digital. It only works if you're trying to say that digital only existed with Yote, right? That argument only with Japan. But in any case, and if you keep in mind digital, there's about equal number of digital, if not more, when it comes to these games. But that's not how it works in Japan. But in any case, and if you keep in mind, that argument only works if you're trying to say that digital only existed with Yote, right? Digital sales also existed with Ghost of Tsushima. Do we understand this? So even though when Ghost of Tsushima came out, by the way, it came out during the coup, so it's very difficult to land physical copies, but that's neither here nor there. Ghost of Tsushima came out, there were still digital sales that you could have. So whatever the number is physically, if you want to use that argument,
Jesus Christ, dude.
Tsushima too. And then you'll say, well, it rose over the last couple of years. Yeah, that's fine. But when you add whatever percentage you want to add of digital sales on top of the physical sales.
Look how hard they're trying to make it seem like Ghost of Yote didn't do well. Look how hard they're going for this.
It's still a much bigger number than what Yote's at. So in any case, now we are here, right? After all that context, we are here. These are the Famitsu numbers officially for the week of release with Yote. And what do we have? Well, let's talk about it. On PS5, Ghost of Yote in Japan sold 120,196. Now, they're telling you in the articles, they're saying that, oh, yeah, Ghost of Yote is dominating all these games. Ghost of Yote is absolutely destroying all of these games. What, remasters? Super Mario Galaxy.
You see how disingenuous he is. Now he's trying to make this saying, oh, the game's only doing well because Nintendo put out a remaster. Is it Ghost of Yote's fault that they did that? Mario Kart World isn't a remaster. Digimon Time Stranger wasn't a remaster. Final Fantasy Tactics. Okay, I guess that was a remaster, I guess, right? No, the Evil's Chronicles is new. Like, these aren't all remastered. Now they're trying to say Silent Hill F is not a remaster. Like, now they're trying to be like, well, it only did well because look, it beat these remasters out.
Super Mario Galaxy 2, considering Tsushima dominated Digimon games in the past. So
see, like, this is the bombshell I'm talking about. They're just making sure they're, oh well, you know, it only won because what Tsushima also done. It's like, shut up, dude. Like, and this is the guy. This is the guy in this chat right now talking about, well, how come you won't do that?
Not really.
Where is he? Oh, I think I
They
lost
didn't
him.
say anything
Whatever.
about Helldivers numbers for 3 months.
But they did say something about Tsushima fairly quickly after it launched.
Right. 5 years ago. Their whole strategy is different now. Everyone knows that because they don't talk anymore. So I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but like, I'm not surprised by that. Helldivers was the biggest best-selling new IP that they ever made, and they didn't say anything about it for 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
So it's and I think that so they didn't announce numbers, I think, until 12 million units. I'm not saying Tsushima.
And also, let's not forget that this game has only been, at that point of the data we're talking about, available for 3 days. 3 days.
Or Yote is never going to reach 12 million units, probably. But I don't think it's that far off of the historical. I went and looked actually for Tsushima's numbers. It's like after 3 days, 2.4 million. That's definitely ahead of where Yote was. I would say Yote was probably 1.5 million or something after, maybe 1.4 million after 3 days. And then they reported after 5 months. So 5 months later. So this is in November because the game came out in June.
His chat right now is saying, while Colin is explaining the data, his chat's going, damn, Colin is getting destroyed. Hypnotic. But the CEO of Helldivers did say something. So why is Sucker Punch quiet? Because that's what they've been doing. Like, he just said it. He's saying because Sony has forced them to be, and they want to be also. Like, you see what I mean? When they try to say that, not JT saying, oh, well, when you don't tell people this stuff, it allows people to manipulate. These are the motherfuckers who are manipulating. Colin just said that for reasons unknown, Sony and Sucker Punch aren't talking about it. Like, they haven't talked about, like he mentioned, like Helldivers until way later. And he's like, yeah, but the CEO did say something. Why is Sucker Punch so quiet? We just went through their Twitter, right, earlier. They don't have to do this. But then these guys go, oh, it's because Sony is forcing them to be, with no proof or evidence. They just say shit.
Yote is about half off of that number now.
Right.
And it's also, and 5 months from its launch is going to allow it to absorb the Christmas season and all the rest. So they're probably going to be pretty stacked. Also, there were probably 20 something million more PS4s in the wild. The game was $10 cheaper.
Yep.
And that's why I was surprised you were. I'm not a Matt Piscatella fan. In fact, like, he doesn't like me at all. He's blocked me and like he doesn't talk to me.
Damn,
I'm
dude.
surprised
Like,
that I'm surprised that you weren't that you were so skeptical of what he was saying about these different things. Like, the numbers are not bad. I don't know what people expect out of this. Will Sucker Punch have layoffs and do all these things? I don't know, but it's not going to have to do with the performance of this game. They've made their money back. They're making profit on it already. So now every copy of the game sold is going to make them more profit. Whether they're happy with it or not is obviously.
Yes, and that's the key point he kind of touched on here, though, is they're making profit. They've really made back the development costs. They're making profit. So they're good. And like he mentioned, that we're heading into the Christmas season, which most likely will have some slight sales. And again, this is not even on PC. And they're acting as if this is going to ruin Sucker Punch, because these people believe that one game can completely destroy a big company. Mind you, this is the same Sony that put out Concord. Now, did Firewalk Studios close afterwards? Yes. But Sony, the conglomerate, didn't go out of business. But their mentality is like, a game I don't like, it's woke and it has women, I don't like the main character or whatever. That's the reason why the game's going to do bad. And then if the studio closes, it can never be because of budget cuts. It can never be because of greed, like we talked about earlier in stream with EA, right? Like trying to cut costs because of the $20 billion debt they have being acquired by Saudi Arabia. Like, they never talk about things that actually matter. because they're so myopic in this fucking culture war that things can only be bad because they're woke, and if companies go under, it's because they're woke. That's it. It's just wokeness. That's the only reason people go under.
It's going to be a different story. But the reason I wanted to come on and talk to you was just to kind of assure you that like there is no better set of numbers. If you don't trust these numbers, that's fine. That's an accusation that requires incredible amounts of evidence, because it's like what everyone relies on. Like all the publishers play nice on Circana because they're all also subscribing to Circana and getting everyone else's numbers. So it's just common
Which is what I
sense.
said
just
earlier.
needed
The
to throw that out there.
publishers
There's
be
really
into it
nothing else
too.
to say about it. We can talk about.
Yeah, Jay Viper. So Jay Viper and Hypnotic are mods on this stream. Jay Viper, why did you say that without any data? Where's the data? Why did he just say that? Jay Viper, he just did it again. Hypnotic, how is there no better numbers on a post with no numbers, my guy? That makes no sense. How are you this stupid? We just explained why there are no numbers on this post.
Wokeness and all these other things, I don't care. But like as far as this is concerned,
damn.
like that is the way it is. You can keep saying like they don't show the numbers over and over again. They haven't shown the numbers since 1995.
Well, let me back it up a little. I mean, that's a loaded statement of a lot of things you said. Let me
Not a
back
loaded
it up
statement.
to the point where you said, I don't know why you don't just believe Piscatella like he's the gold standard and all these things. This is why I don't believe him. And I made this post earlier today. I don't know if you saw it or not, but I said Matt Piscatella fellas peddling Ghost Yote's great line was the very same dude that was pushing Star Wars Outlaws was a success line. The very same dude that peddled Assassin's Creed Shadows has been the best-selling video game line. And let's not forget the very same dude pushing the classic Dragon Age. Were Dragon Age the Veilguard's PC volume included, it would have placed higher on the best-selling titles chart, perhaps as high as third overall, and he called that launch good. So, I mean, all of these turned out to be incorrect in the grand scheme.
These were not incorrect in the grand scheme of things. God damn it. Just it's such an easy concept to understand. Just look at the title itself. Despite lukewarm reception, Star Wars Outlaws is the third best-selling game of August in the US per Circana report. This isn't even from the guy who's talking about. Ubisoft Star Wars Outlaw debuted in third place in August while the top spot was taken by Madden. That's objectively true. It doesn't matter if the game itself made $100 billion, because that's not what they're talking about. What they're saying is when the game launched, it was the third best-selling game of August. That's it. That doesn't make it incorrect. It's a factual statement. If I said that, this isn't true, but if I said that like last year in like, let's say like February in the NBA, the third best team in the league was like the New York Knicks, right? And then you say, but the Knicks lost in the lost in the Eastern Conference Finals. Okay. Oh, but after that mentioned that the Knicks went on they lost the next 20 of like 30 games. Okay. Does that negate the fact that when I told you in February that they were the third best team in the league by record, does that make it not true, even though they didn't achieve the overall goal they wanted? I didn't say that they were going to win a championship. This title doesn't say that Star Wars Outlaw is going to be the third best-selling game of the year. It doesn't say it's going to be a game that fixes Ubisoft's profits. It doesn't say anything of the sort. It just states a fact.
Scheme, as far as I mean, would you unless you'd argue that with me?
No, I would
these
argue with that with you. Our Assassin's Creed Shadows is one of the best-selling games of the year.
Would you say that Ubisoft considers it a success?
They
That's completely
said
different things.
on their own financials that it's in line with their expectations, and they have a fiduciary obligation to be honest in those things. They won't once they go private. But
I thought they said it fell short of expectations.
no,
That was Star Wars Outlaws.
I mean, unless I misread the quote, it said it's in line with expectations.
That's Star Wars Outlaws
They
he's
never
talking
released-
about.
I mean,
I thought they
I
said
don't-
Star Wars Outlaws was in line. I thought they said
No,
something.
Star Wars Outlaws is the one that
Star Wars
failed.
Outlaws really suffered because they have to pay.
Like he doesn't even know. I'm going off the dome, and I know exactly what they said. He has access to the internet, and just like, I thought that was no. Like, Assassin's Creed was a best-selling game, one of the best-selling games of the year. That's a fact. Star Wars Outlaws, while being third in August, didn't meet Ubisoft's expectation. Also a fact. Like these are factual statements, and he's just like, "But didn't this? I don't know." It's like this is what I'm talking about. These people do not live in a reality shared by most of us. It is whatever they feel. That's what happens.
Pay licensing costs. You're also ignoring the fact that like when Yote doesn't have to. I don't know what Ubisoft's particular cut is. They probably have a better cut than 70-30 because they're a larger publisher. But assuming it's a 70-30 cut or a 75% cut, Yote doesn't suffer from those. They get all of the money. So
yes,
I think that I think you're kind of illustrating the reason why Ubisoft removed their numbers, because you can't really win. It goes back to the whole Square Enix thing with Final Fantasy 16, where they sold 3 million copies on like 42 million PS5s in a few days, and everyone looked at that. They looked at that internally as a failure as well. There's it really is about a matter of like if you have a conspiratorial mind towards this or not. I don't.
Yes, exactly.
I want transparency. I mean, like, why would Japan publish transparent weekly and monthly sales charts, but the U.S. is relying on private firms that gatekeep the data behind
Because Japan has different fucking laws, dude. What do you want?
paywalls, and people have to run defense for them and say, trust them, it's good. This is the best we got. They're the gold standard. It's like, why do we need that?
Well, because the other public data sets are not complete, so that we'll never have numbers from those territories.
But why is Japan transparent and we are not? Do you have any like issues with that, or do
because
you,
like what?
Can you explain why it's different?
What is what's the point of that?
I can't remember that. It's like Media Create or something like that is the company that does it in Japan, and it's a retail only environment that's existed since the late 80s. Those numbers go back even further than NPD's numbers. I have no problem with these numbers existing or being transparent. What I'm telling you is that I would love a situation where Circana numbers or Circana type numbers were public. It's just that that's the product that they're selling. The numbers don't come for free. You know, they're in the same family as Nielsen and Bookscan and all these kinds of things. These numbers are all hidden. They share them by a. I mean, it's just obvious that
would you agree that it benefits the customers and gamers and investors?
This is a goalpost move. This is a complete pivot, because now his whole argument is, why isn't Circana's business practice in line with transparency? That's a completely separate issue than the numbers not being accurate. Like, that's not the same thing at all. It's a completely different argument. But he lost that argument immediately. So now he's trying to be like, he's trying to get some sort of concession from him to be like, see, I won. Because he's been focusing just like, well, why haven't they made their numbers public? Japan can do it. Okay. You can do whataboutisms for literally everything. How come other countries have free healthcare and America doesn't? Like, we can get into that too. Like, that's a non-starter for the conversation you're supposed to be having about the veracity of the numbers.
Even and developers, like literally everyone, to have actual numbers.
It does benefit the investors. That's why they subscribe to Circana. They see the numbers.
Right, but I'm just maybe I'm not explaining this properly. Wouldn't it benefit everyone to be transparent? The only reason why you would.
Hypnotic. Asking questions is a conspiracy. You serious? So either eat shit and trust the chart with your numbers. Other charts aren't complete. Your chart's missing relevant information. You're not complete either. Mind you, we just saw a video where Hypnotic was looking at data with numbers on it. Thank you for subscribing. We just saw a chart with Hypnotic looking at it with numbers and then completely making stuff up, trying to undercut it, saying that, oh, well, the only reason why this person or this game sold more because they were selling rematch. Like, they don't care about the data. They don't. There's no data that they can look at that will confirm their worldview. So it's all conspiratorial. That's it. That's their whole mindset. It doesn't fucking matter. None of this matters. You could literally show them, here's how much money Assassin's Creed Shadow made. Here's how much money Ghost of Yote made. Here's how much money, I don't know, fucking Dustborn, whatever it made. And they could make $40 million. And they will say that's fake because most of that money came from the government, or most of that money came through some shit. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. People don't care about truth or anything approaching that. It's just content.
Not be transparent is to be able to play with the numbers, to manipulate it. Would you agree with that?
No, because Circana's entire business since the 60s, again, as the MPD group, they just recently became Circana.
People are
Circana. I guess.
so
Sorry,
stupid.
I moved on from that. Sony, Nintendo, like everything.
Hold on. Give me a second. Okay, right back. Also, thank you for subscribing. I didn't see your name before. It was whatever. Thank you for subscribing.
Why is it private? Why is it a secret?
Because it's business craft. It's like that you don't want to share those
Yes.
numbers. They'll
But
definitely
in Japan,
say
they do.
they will. Yote numbers, I don't want to say I know for sure, but I imagine they'll be in the next financial statement, and they're probably holding on to those numbers until then. Similar to Helldivers 2, because their strategy is different now. They're not yeah.
Do you think it's healthy for the industry when like people in the know, people that have access media or whatever?
I'm just looking. I'm sorry. I'm just looking. I know Steam session. Sorry. I'm just looking at his chat, and it's so brain dead. It's so brain dead. Guys, Colin's business has big payroll now. He's like your run of the mill slop core who protects their interests. Debate over let the man feed and like this makes no sense. This makes no sense. They're so stupid. They're laughing. LOL. Business craft. LOL. Like, I feel like I'm listening to a politician. There's a whole lot of non-answers. He's literally explaining the basics of capitalism to these people.
Have
It's insane.
Anonymous published data instead of official figures. Do you think that's a healthy industry? I don't think like situations like this, like what brings us together tonight, where we're debating something where it's like, well, if we just had the information, none of this would be a problem.
What are you talking about?
I guess I just don't gauge the health of the industry based on the transparency of sales numbers. Like
exactly, it doesn't matter.
Like that's what your whole argument is, though.
See, and what Smash JT is doing is he's exposing himself here. Ew, I don't want to say that. He is letting people. He's slipping the mask slip. Okay. He is more focused on the numbers. Ultimately, as a consumer, as a person who is a consumer of anything, the numbers of something is irrelevant. If you are buying a TV, do you give a shit how many TVs of that model have been sold? Do you care how many Toyota Corollas have been sold before you make your purchase? No. Do you care how many people have watched a movie before you watched it, whether it's in theaters or at home? No, you don't care, because your experience is completely dependent on the actual product, not who's consumed them. As far as video games go, none of this shit matters. What objectively, what would it change in your experience if you knew the exact numbers Ghost of Yote sold? Can you only enjoy a game when it sells over 10 million copies? Are you physically incapable of enjoying a game that's sold like, let's say like 500,000 in its first month? Can you not enjoy that game? Like, do you see what I'm talking about? None of this matters, but Smash JT is a grifter. And so if he can see the numbers, then he can start to concoct his plans to make like videos to be like, this game didn't sell as well as this previous game, so it's bad because it's woke. The numbers don't fucking matter ultimately. Like, they do not matter unless you are an investor into this company. It doesn't matter. And I've told you guys this over and over and over. a bunch of times. None of this shit matters. It doesn't matter how much a game sells. You can still enjoy a game that's only sold 5 copies. It's not dependent on anything other than your experience with it. But Smash JT doesn't even fucking play games. Just talk shit about him. So he needs the numbers. Otherwise, he can't confirm that this game is woke, you guys.
No, my whole argument is that the most reliable data we have on software sales comes from Circana, that it shows that Ghost of Yote has done well.
What
and
you just
that
said tells me that you don't care, though. You're like, I don't care about the sales numbers.
I
But
mean,
now
I care about them academically, but I don't look at what you're asking me. Is it like a dark force around the industry? I'm saying no, I don't give a shit if we know the numbers or not. I care as an analyst, but it has no bearing on anything else. No, most people don't give a shit about any of this.
Exactly.
So no, I don't think so. The numbers are proprietary because you don't want to share all of your data with. I mean, Sony has long hidden their numbers. When the Vita was failing, they folded the numbers in the PSP and called them handhelds. People hide their numbers all the time. I do agree.
And you
that
know
if
why
the
they
number-
do that? You'd agree with that too.
Yeah, what I was going to say
For
is knowing
investors.
their new strategy where they don't say anything. So like Helldivers is the canary in the coal mine because they should have and could have said something way sooner than they did, but they didn't. And that game has sold way more copies than almost anything else that they've released this generation, probably
Yes.
except for Spider-Man 2. And
Yeah, but that's a little bit different too, because I mean, anyone was playing Helldivers, so I mean, it wasn't like that big of a shock that it was a roaring success.
But that's the fucking point he's making. It was a roaring success and they still didn't talk about it. God damn.
yeah, I guess I feel like we're talking past each other. I want this. I would love a transparent situation. That would be awesome. It would be super cool, as I said earlier, if people even started leaking the numbers. We always loved that. Back on NeoGAF back in the day, people would leak the numbers. That's why I was saying earlier that NPD started putting fake numbers out in some people's charts to try to track the people down. That's how serious it is, because you're breaching the contract you have with them when you share the numbers. That's why people don't share them, because they're afraid that it's like sharing a screenshot and there's like some secret watermark in it. You might be accidentally sharing a number that accidentally points to your exact account because it's a little bit different, because they started doing that during the retail era. So that's why the numbers
because that's their product.
I feel like that's what we keep getting back to, and maybe if it's a circular argument right now, maybe we can move on from it. But I just feel like right now we're kind of normalizing opacity, and the industry that is being built on
There's no
consumer
way
spending is allergic to being accountable.
I'm sorry. There's no way that someone like Smash JT can sit here and say we're normalizing opacity, transparency, right? When his own content relies on him being as non-transparent as possible. His own content relies on him misleading people through omission. Like, again, not to plug myself, but it's my fucking channel, my stream. Go watch my video about him on Lana Pierce. He does literally nothing but lie in that whole video. Nothing but lie. All he does is lie. All he does is lie. He said, again, he had a source. No, he didn't. He said that twice. He had no valuable sources both times. And conveniently, in that BioWare video where he says they called him, that happened during the time where Dragon Age the Veilguard was going to be released. He's never had a BioWare Connect since. No offense, his channel has 124,000 subscribers. That's not enough for someone to be like, let me risk my job and call this dude and DM this guy when you're not even guaranteed that a bunch of people would even find out. You would go for bigger channels. You wouldn't go for, that's just how it works. And you look at this again, that J Viper. So they're putting fake numbers out there. Did you just hear that? LOL. Selective hearing, but it completely highlights my point. Colin was talking about how they will put out fake information to see who's leaking it, because they would obviously have the real information when they officially release their shit. This is literally the same concept of putting, like you said, a watermark on something. Like from Hollywood films, they have scripts and people leaking scripts. They will give them the wrong script and watermark it. They will give people copies of movies to watch and they will watermark it. So if that shit leaks on the internet, they know Steve leaked it because it has the code that we gave him on it. And that's not saying they have a fake movie. Like, God damn it, dude. They're so stupid.
To the very consumers that they're selling the products
And the worst part is they know that their audience is dumber than them.
to. And I feel like that is a massive disconnect that does not exist in all regions, but it exists here. And all we have to go by is various analysts, not just
And
Piscatella and
mind you, Their entire argument is just show the numbers, and he's explained at length why a company would not just show the product they are selling to random people on the fucking internet. Like, no one does this. You give a sample, but you don't give away the whole thing for free. There's no business in that. There's no money in that. So they won't do it. They want you to be curious enough to fucking purchase their product. That's why they do it. Like, I don't know how else to explain that concept. Like, it's like, okay, maybe if you're a YouTuber, you clickbait, right? You make an outlandish title, you have a crazy thumbnail, you want to get people's attention, then they watch your video, right? You don't just tell them the entire video on like the thumbnail. You don't just have a thumbnail that says, this video is about me discussing why Smash JT is a liar about Alana Pierce. Citing example, like, you don't do that. A book has a cover, and that cover doesn't say, in this book, this fucking person dies, and this is the page they die. Harry Potter and the fucking what's the book that Dumbledore died in? I think it was not Half-Blood. Whatever. They're not gonna be like, this is the Harry Potter book where Dumbledore dies on page 700, right? Because they want you to fucking read the book.
There's various analysts that also
fuck J.K. Rowling.
You say he's the gold standard. That's your preference. That's your opinion, which is fine. But I don't necessarily agree with you on that.
Okay.
I think that if you don't, it's totally fine if you don't believe the numbers. I think you have to present evidences to why the numbers don't count and why everyone in the industry believes them.
I just did. I thought we went through all the screenshots of how he's done this in the past before.
Yeah, because you used Assassin's Creed Shadows, which is Dragon
Age Veilguard.
Dragon Age Veilguard did sell really well in the beginning. It tailed off, and we don't know what the expectations were for the game. It did sell. It sold several million copies, didn't it? So it didn't sell like 2 million copies.
I don't think, not in the first few weeks. No, maybe it got there eventually. It was.
No, it did. It did in the first few weeks.
I don't give a shit about Dragon Age. I don't play Dragon Age games. What I'm saying is that like, this is the reason. Like,
what he said was incorrect about it. It doesn't matter if you played it or not.
It wasn't incorrect though. That's the whole point.
You're looking at they're not lying about the numbers. You don't understand what I'm sorry, dude. You really don't know what you're talking about. Like, you really don't. Like, everything rides on their long-term reliability. That's why they went back and fixed the numbers when they didn't have digital access, for instance.
Yes.
Like, games.
But I feel like by presenting information that's a partial picture with a whole bunch of stipulations attached to it, it paints a very fake image of reality that people.
No, it doesn't.
To try to get a W, and it's like, well,
what is the W?
A W. Yes, thank you.
I guess I'm curious. Like, what is Circana's W by presenting their clients with bad data? Go ahead.
Have you seen the internet? Whatever.
No shot. No shot. No shot. No shot is this dumbass trying to say that Circana, a company that's been around since 1966, is trying to win internet points. No shot. Absolutely no fucking shot he's trying to say that. Jeff, you cannot be this stupid. You cannot be this stupid. You cannot be this stupid.
Everyone's running with right now, how they're trying to get owns on everyone. Oh, look.
Do you understand that Circana's data doesn't exist for the internet, that it exists for clients that rely on reliability?
Then why does Matt even tweet anything out?
Because I just said this earlier, because they tease the numbers so that you subscribe to get the actual data.
Oh my God.
That's why they do it.
Look at Smash JT's face. Look at his fucking face. That is a person who is so out of their depth. That's why he keeps repeating the same thing. I bet you he's going to be like, well, then why aren't they transparent?
That's why they've done it forever. And in fact, back in the PS3 era, they stopped even doing that, and everyone got mad. So they started releasing them again. That's why. Like, this is a frustrating conversation, because you say you worked at SOE. Like, how do you not understand this shit? It's like, it's crazy to me. No offense. It's like, how do you not understand?
I understand. I don't agree with it, is my point.
Oh my God. Yep.
I feel like it needs to be more transparent.
I fucking pre-watched. Observation hockey. Observation hockey. Right here.
And I don't agree with the methods. I feel like it's very disingenuous. It paints a false image. And you're saying
just repeating himself over and over and over and over and over and over and over.
As I'm saying, well,
That is how it works. You have to find someone that will. You have to find a new entity that can go to all of the retailers and publishers and console manufacturers, get access to all of their numbers, and then give them to you for free. That's what you're gonna have to find. In the meantime, there's a company that scrapes all that data and charges.
Like,
I'm not protecting. That's just the way it goes. That's the way it always been. If there's
oh my God,
dude, there is no territory in the entire world that shows their numbers transparently. There's none. Japan and Europe show retail numbers.
Right. And
they're
I think
not transparent numbers. Most people buy their games digitally. Those numbers are widely useless.
I mean, again, this is your opinion that you're stating as fact.
That's not opinion though. More people digital games versus physical games. I consent. This is from GameEnergy.biz, which is a reputable website, okay? This isn't like some fucking minute bullshit. The vast majority of game industry is digital. This has been the case for quite some time. Overall, when we factor in downloads, microtransactions, DLC, subscriptions, PC, mobile, and so on, physical game market represents a very small share of video game business. However, when we are talking about the sale of brand new video games, the physical business can actually prove to be an important way to distribute and sell video games. Let's take 2023 across Europe, according to GSD, which tracks physical data and digital sales. 72 million video games were sold via physical retailers. And if we just look at brand new games or some or so games which is 2023 only, we can see that 42% of all new games were sold in 2023. That's quite the market share. Now, if you notice, 42% is not 100%. Right? Can we agree on that? That means that 58% of just the new games right here were digital, which is more than physical. 58 is bigger than 42. And even here it says the GSD data is very good but isn't complete. It tracks physical retail sales for all major European countries, but doesn't quite track every retailer and their smaller European nations it doesn't track, such as Greece, for instance. So even here there's caveats because there is no data set, I guess, outside of Circana that's truly complete. But even then, they say this data shows that physical doesn't sell as much as digital. It could be a great boost, but most of the games are digital. And of course, there are some outliers like Nintendo Switch, right? But Nintendo Switch digital shit, physical shit, their GameCubes are still digital. And this is just in Europe. Like overall, digital markets are taking over. We know that. Physical sales are down in the US. Shipped digital game. Like this has been happening for the last, I would say 10 years, but really in the last 6 is when we've had a real pivot to just digital releases. Again, you look at Steam. Steam is fucking completely digital. There's not physical release on Steam. And these are the same loops that will use Steam charts to gauge a game. It's just inconsistency in order to win online arguments.
You're saying most people buy it digitally. These are useless. That's not a factual thing. That's your opinion.
That's factual.
I'm saying this is a factual thing we're looking at here. Something that's not lied, not this is tangible. It's an actual graph showcasing sales in Japan. And oh, by the way, if
it shows retail sales in Japan.
Right. Sorry. Retail sales in Japan.
Do you not understand that that's
a difference?
Caveat?
Yes.
That's
a huge caveat.
Yeah,
huge.
But they also sell for Tsushima digitally too. It's not just digital.
Right.
But this isn't showing digital sales for Tsushima. This is just showing physical sales, retail sales.
So you're showing retail. You're showing a decline in retail sales for over the last 5 years. That's.
No, I guess we could show another chart showing other sales of other games that line up with Tsushima, but now we're kind of moving the goalposts.
Jesus Christ.
I thought a good argument was based off of the direct competition of its predecessor. Because most sequels, I think you've been in the industry long enough, companies.
Once again, you cannot do that without another caveat, which you seem to hate. Ghost of Yote was sold during the fucking pandemic. Okay? It's going to have more overall sales because more people were indoors. Just like how Twitch streamers saw a massive increase in viewership. Video games as a whole saw a massive increase, as did anime, because more people were at home. More people being at home means more opportunities to watch stuff and play video games. Notice how during that time period, theaters weren't doing so well. I wonder why theaters weren't doing so well. And did something happen within the last 5 years as a strategy shift? Did we switch more things to streaming?
Expect a sequel to far exceed and outperform the
Jesus
original.
Christ, dude.
That's not necessarily true. I don't know where that comes from.
Okay,
that doesn't even make any sense. Does it? I mean, does that really make any sense when you think about it?
At least as many as the first one, I guess you could say.
I think that it probably.
I like how he walked back.
The first one, when all
I like how he walked back immediately.
5 million after 5 months.
Do you think that was what they set out for? Was their goal?
What does that matter?
Considering Nate Fox said the game cost the same amount of money or around the same amount of money that they developed the original one in, probably.
Like, he's fucking shifting goalposts so quickly. First it was, hold on, wait. First it was.
In the meantime, there's a company that scrapes all that data.
Wait, hold on. I went far too far back.
Oh, by the way, if you
it shows retail sales in Japan.
Hold on.
Now we're kind of moving the goalposts. I thought a good argument was based off of the direct competition of its predecessor. Because most sequels, I think you've been in the industry long enough, companies expect a sequel to far exceed and outperform the original.
And notice how he was saying this whole time that Colin was just saying stuff, right? And things that aren't factual. And then here he says most companies expect their sequels to far exceed. No, most companies expect a profit. Okay, they expect a return on investment. They say if the first game sold well, the second game should sell well or equal. They're not saying if this game sold 1 million copies, this next game should sell 3 billion copies or it's a fucking failure.
That's not necessarily true. I don't know where that comes from.
Okay,
and then he walks it back.
I mean, does that really make any sense when you think about it?
At least as many as the first one, I guess.
Look at that bitch move. Well, yeah. Could you just say at least? Do you think they'd sell at least as much as the first one? No.
Yes, you could say.
I think that it probably will sell close to the first one when all is said and done. 5 million after 5 months.
Do you think that was what they set out for?
And now the thing is, but did you think that's what they set out for? None of that matters. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because what is the point you're trying to make with let's say that he Colin says, no, I truly don't think that was what they set out for. Okay. What does that change? It changes nothing, because what is your argument now?
Was their goal?
Considering Nate Fox said the game cost the same
He
amount
just
of
wants
money or
Colin
around
to
the same
agree
amount
with
of money
him
that they
on no
developed
matter
the original
what.
one in, probably.
So he keeps walking it back.
On the original game.
That one is very vague too, because they say they don't give actual information. So what
Yes,
does
they do.
about
They
the
said
same even mean? 1 million away? 10 million more? 100? Like what is? Oh, it was.
Why would about this? Okay, that's just based. Now he's nitpicking. If I said this game cost about the same as the last 3 games that came on the series, and let's say the previous game cost $60, about the same, maybe $65. Why would I say it cost about the same and then the other game cost $300? Like, they're not being charitable of anything. They're trying to nitpick literally everything because they just want someone to agree with them, to be like, no, you're right. You're right. Look at me, someone who, because at the end of the day, if we're being really real here, no matter if you like Colin Moriarty or not, right? Colin Moriarty is someone who has some standing within the game industry. Smash JT doesn't. So he wants some recognition. Honestly, just by Colin being on the stream with him, Smash JT's in a sense won. He got some sort of accountability, credibility onto his platform, right? Like outside of like Grums, who has 0 credibility, he has not gotten anyone anywhere near the industry to like engage with him. So this is a win for him in this regard. But he desperately wants Colin to see him as someone who's like intelligent or can hold his own, but he clearly can't. And this desperation is oozing through this whole debate.
was almost what would the
Like
what
he
was the
just
quote?
wants him
It was
to agree with
close
him.
to how much the original
Yeah,
budget was.
I think he said surprising. Very. I think he said. I had it here in my notes. Very, very similar.
Very similar. So
assume it's even 1.5x more.
Mhm.
That brings it to 90 million.
Mhm.
Assume the marketing spend is another 0.5x more.
There we go.
Sony has made all of that money back plus another 50 or so million dollars, and now every single game that they sell is pure profit.
Correct. So if we're saying we'll say just for numbers use, we'll say it's 100 million for the budget. So you're saying right now that it's at 1.6 million they've sold. That's at 80 million. They need to sell, we'll say another 900,000 or so to get to 40 million more. And that would be a 20 million profit in a year or so of selling this game. By the way, I want to be clear. I never said this game is not going to turn a profit. I just said it.
What? I'm sorry. Ghost of Yotei is a massive flop. Ghost of Yotei sales tanked. What else could you extrapolate from a video literally titled Sales Numbers Out, Ghost of Yotei is a massive flop? What do you mean? What do you mean you didn't say that? You said this 2 weeks ago.
Apparently, we have some numbers on Ghost of Yotei's sales. According to Endymion.
Oh, yeah, dude. Someone who's super fucking trustworthy in his data points, right? Super trustworthy.
I mean, I don't know if it was a boycott. It was just people saying, I don't want to participate in purchasing a product that hired someone that I disagree.
That's a fucking boycott, dumbass.
On a fundamental level that is now illegal. And they show the software sales for Ghost of Yotei. And Galaxy 2 is number 2. Final Fantasy Tactics 4. That's really what it is. EA Sports FC, a game that came out the week before, number 2, beating out everything else. So, I mean, yes, it's number 1, but I would have predicted it to be number 1 when it launched.
No, you wouldn't
the
have.
competition that came out. That's not the W you think it is. That's not the own. One, no one cares, mate. Just enjoy your game. I don't know what is. They don't understand the dynamics of the politics going on in America right now. They just see, oh, Japanese game, follow up to Tsushima. Cool, I'll buy it. And honestly, if I was in that environment, I probably would buy it too. No sales numbers in a week. How is that going for you? Battlefield will
Like this is.
I'd say that boycott what we have that's actual tangible to go with. But we have
The shows are already saying it's success for Yotei in Japan, but like in the UK, they've even got the 43% drop in physical sales.
so much coping going on. It's not even funny. They got Genki saying, Ghost of Yotei, number 1 best-selling, sold 120. Yeah, it's great. Source, Famitsu. And Grum says, not so fast, Chief. Sales are down 40. These are good sales for PS5 software in Japan. That's not the point. Now you're moving the goalpost, bro.
That's
The
not
overall
goalpost
PlayStation
moving.
Physical software market in Japan is down about 50% from the PS4 era. Okay.
But do you see?
Not making your point any better. This is not making people go out and buy the console to play this game. Where I would argue Tsushima actually did that.
See, he's so fucking stupid. He's literally reading, these are good sales. And he's saying that PlayStation physical software in Japan is down overall. Overall is down. So it makes sense that Ghost of Tsushima would also be down physical sales. But he's saying, well, Ghost of Tsushima made people buy the console, which he has no proof of. He's just saying that shit. Like oh my God, dude. Look, Ghost of Yotei debuts with 126 physical copies sold in Japan. Install base 5 million plus 255,000 pro. Ghost of Tsushima launched with 212 with a bigger install base.
With 212,000 physical copies sold, See Shadows is terrible. Continue Tsushima, according to and it says, seems like game is not liked by
He keeps
anyone.
talking. He keeps using grifters.
And this one, I really want to focus on this before I go into the article because I thought this was fascinating. Nick Tech posted Ghost of Yotei versus Ghost of Tsushima visuals side-by-side comparison. And this is actually Tsushima on the left, Yotei on the right.
Obviously.
I mean, Yotei looks really good. It looks really good. Give it credit where it's due. It looks I mean, what are we doing here? This looks amazing.
So what, you just glazing Ghost of Yotei or Tsushima?
Oh, that game, that's maybe it is, but my experience with Endymion is typically he's been pretty accurate in.
Okay, that's enough of that. Endymion's been accurate. The same guy who said he had insider information. Yeah, okay. The same guy who said that insider information about Assassin's Creed Shadows, and then he just told you the same story of Assassin's Creed, like Memories or some shit. Like, okay.
It's going to fail when compared to Tsushima and what could have been. That's always been my argument.
My theory about this is that you guys don't like the game because it has a female protagonist.
Yes.
And you don't like one of the chicks that worked at the studio that said really stupid shit. Nate Fox fired her. So I don't know what else you wanted him to do. And that you're actively rooting against it. Like you actively root against all these other games for amorphous reasons of it being quote unquote woke.
He's 100% correct, by the way. You just saw the video where he says that the game tanked, it flopped. According to Endymion, it's doing bad. And then he's like, I'm gonna glaze Ghost of Tsushima, the one that had a guy in it.
Say you guys. I can't speak for everyone. I can only speak for myself, which is all I'm going to do here. For me personally, this was the turning point for me. When I saw this, I'm like, yep, I'm out. That's me personally.
When she made a post in 2020, when she says she's anti-fascism and so is her wife, we're like, oh yeah, can't do that. Someone who's against fascism can't support that.
And I think for a studio to even consider hiring an activist as their lead protagonist for a game, that is a very dangerous road to go down, because then you end up in a situation where there are potentially multiple people like me that see something like this and say, I don't want to support that. This person actively hates me and what I stand for. Why would I support a game?
So you are admitting you are a fascist. Like, obviously he had the Trump intro in the beginning, but this is just bold admission. Like, I'm a fascist, and I don't like the fact that she hates fascists.
And put money in the pocket of someone like that.
I think that's great that you feel that way. It doesn't mean that like it had a wide-ranging effect on the. I think that, well, because you're projecting everything about the game based on Sucker Punch's casting decision and the behavior of one of the people at the studio. There are plenty of people at Sucker Punch that don't like me at all. I know a lot of people there. There are plenty of people there that don't like me at all. I don't.
You hate me.
Do you want to support people that do not like you actively?
Dude, I'm a conservative in the video game industry.
Mm-hmm.
That's not much of a choice if you want to play games. It's the creative industry. That's just the reality of the situation.
I would disagree with that. I think the only way to enact change in the industry is to speak with your wallet.
Okay, and people did, and the game sold well.
Speak with your wallet.
So what now?
But don't project onto you. It's obvious, dude. You guys are you're so wrapped up in this culture war over this game.
Yes.
And you can't back up and see the forest for the trees. I'm sure you guys cost, and not only you guys, but other people that were offended by it, cost the game, I don't know, tens of thousands of copies sold. Certainly, it would have sold more copies and did more if the casting was different.
But you're saying you guys.
But no, okay. Notice how Colin just made up a number. He just said, I'm sure you guys must have cost them thousands, even like tens of thousands of dollars, right? Notice how suddenly no one's asking for numbers. Suddenly, no one wants Colin to bring data to that because they like that he said that. So they'll just let it go. There's no point of pushback on that because these people just want confirmation. They have confirmation bias. That's it. Oh, he's saying that we cost him $100,000. That's right, because we voted with our wallets and we said this game's woke. So it didn't make as much money as it potentially could have, and no pushback on that.
Caused it to not sell. But what about the people that we didn't cause to not sell, but people just that don't watch YouTube that saw this and were like, why did they put a female protagonist into this game? I don't want to play that.
He's asking, what about people who are sexist? What about the people who are sexist and don't go on YouTube and don't watch that content? You ever thought about that, Colin? What about that? Like, what the fuck is that supposed to do? What is that supposed to do?
That. What
Why
about
wouldn't you, what's the big deal about that?
the game was based off of Jin Sakai, a story with a male lead protagonist in feudal Japan.
Oh, fake fan. He's a fake fan. Smash says he's a fake fan. He didn't play Ghost of Tsushima. Because I can tell where this is going. He's going to say, why didn't they continue his story? His story that was completed. Especially after the DLC. His story's done. It's done. It's over. And again, I have mentioned this shit in the past, right? Where suddenly these people are like, Jin Sakai was the greatest video game character of all time. He wasn't. And they were like, and Sucker Punch said that they were going to make 3 games and they were all going to star Jin Sakai. And then they changed it and now it's woke. Like they act as if they were promised more Jin Sakai. They act as if, again, a company doesn't notice a good idea and want to expand on it. Why would you handicap yourself by making repetitive Jin Sakai games where you can't really make a different story because previous events have to connect to what's happening then, when you could allow yourself the freedom to create this world of the ghost of everything, right? I mentioned this in the past video. I'll link it later on, but you could have so much more potential. This is basically their Assassin's Creed, where you don't have to abide strictly by what happened in previous games. This allows for so much more creative freedom. But Smash JT is not a creative person. They can't comprehend that they don't want to be shackled narratively. If you've ever played, like, let's say like D&D, for example, doing a one-shot as someone who's done like a multiple campaigns is super freeing because you can try builds you would never try that would not sustain a long campaign, right? You could be, I'm a glass cannon, right? And then you're going to regret that shit 3 levels later. But if you're like, we're doing a level 10 one-shot, go nuts. There's a freedom in that. Like there's even like for like actors, when they get roles where it's like, it's a bit role, you're only going to be here for one day or one scene or one film. You get to go ham because nothing you do matters at the end because your character's written off or dies. So have fun. You don't have to make the decision you make now. It doesn't have to bite you in the ass, 3 or 4 movies from now, right? Like you get freedom. Like the creative process flows when you're not shackled by certain things. And these people don't understand that. So they go, I played as man before. Why can't I play man now? Girl, make me angry. Like, fucking hell, man. Like they're incapable. That's why this is the same person who had an AI intro. The idea of being creative and artistic eludes them.
That people fell in love with. Why would Sucker Punch change it to what many people would say the narrative, and especially during the peak era of, I guess you could say, wokeness or whatever you want to call it, during the pandemic?
Did you play Ghost of Tsushima?
I did. One of my favorite games of all time. Love it.
How the fuck would they continue the game?
Thank you.
Jin Sakai becoming the ghost, go to the mainland, open world, would have been amazing.
No, it wouldn't have been.
I don't. So you wanted a direct sequel to the ghost story that was wrapped up, especially with Iki Island and all that stuff, as opposed to jumping forward.
Yes. Yes, I did, and I know a lot of people that did.
I don't know. I really don't know how the story would continue from there. The story is over. He's wanted. Oh, I don't even want to even. I don't even want to spoil.
For writers write stories. They create the story.
Writers write stories. They create stories. And they chose to create a different story because they didn't fucking have to use Jin Sakai all the time. And you know what? Every review says about Atsu, better character than Jin Sakai. Is more of a character. Jin Sakai wasn't much of a character because he couldn't be by his writing. It was all about like him struggling with him being in honor. Like what would be his storyline? He's already come to terms with the fact that he's a ghost. He's wanted. He's all this shit, right? So what? Just people hunting him down for bounties? But what's the bigger story? What conflict, what personal conflict could he have on the mainland now? His attachments are on Tsushima, not the mainland. So what could he possibly have? These people don't understand storytelling. They don't understand emotional stakes. They don't understand anything. They just think, but he's a man, so just keep the man there, even though the story's done. That's creative bankruptcy. Like, again, he says writers write and they create. So you want them to create some hack ass story that what convoluted to be like, well, actually, someone from Tsushima is coming for Jen, and it's his secret brother. Like, what the fuck would you like? It's done. If you like Ghost of Tsushima so much, go fucking play Ghost of Tsushima again.
I could give you the same pushback saying, I don't know how you'd write a story 100 years in the future throwing a chick in there. Like, what?
Easy. He's so fucking stupid. You guys, and maybe because I actually do write, I'm actually, a writer. If you told me to make a future of Earth 10,000 years in the future, I would go fucking crazy. But if you told me to make a story based on Earth in like the 20s, I would hate it because I'd be beholden to so many pre-existing things outside of my control. Because I could say 10,000 years from now, 5,000 years from now, aliens actually come to Earth, make first contact, and then within 1,000 years, our society becomes a spacefaring society, and boom, we're off to the stars. And then Earth now is a resource planet. People don't really live here. Like, you could just do so much there. What the fuck am I doing Earth in 1920s? Well, we just got over the Great War. Like, what the fuck?
Like, what kind of argument is
What
that?
is the? Well, I want to go back to the chick thing. Like, what is the problem with it being a woman? Because it's a fantasy. It's not.
They're
supposed to be
sexist.
historically accurate.
Let's go back even further than that. Why did they need to put a girl into it?
They wanted
I
to.
guess it was a creative decision. I don't mind one way or the other.
Exactly. That's the problem I have with it. I disagree with that creative decision. And I was like, you know what? I still might be open to it.
You were never open to it. Maybe found as a woman,
maybe
dude.
the game doesn't go overboard in any direction. But as soon as I saw this post from her, I was out.
But that's
okay.
Just me though. I don't speak
right.
For
That's
everyone.
just you and a select number of other people. That's great. No one's saying
Who cares?
You can't feel or don't feel a certain way about it. I think what a lot of people are confused about, and what I'm certainly confused
Why
about,
does it matter?
is the hate and this energy that you guys put towards disliking everything. It comes off to me as touristy. If I'm being perfectly honest
Just
with you.
because I don't like what you like doesn't mean anything. I loved Expedition 33 is one of the best games I've ever played. I fell in love with that game. It was amazing. It's Song, one of the best games I've ever played.
What does that have to do with?
What's it with anything?
What does it have to do with saying you hate everything? I'm like, no, I don't. I just gave you examples of games I love.
But why is your YouTube channel covered in all the things you hate then?
It's covered in things that are interesting to me. There's things that I hate, things that I like.
Things that are interesting to you. Things that are interesting to you. Okay. Let's see the things that interest Smash AT. Remember, it's not things that he hates. Dan Clancy is a certified gooner. Microsoft just gave up the console war. Everyone should be Antifa. Consume. DEI addiction just killed Remedy. Massive layoffs at Ubisoft. Shills of Yote. Fired. Disaster. Man wins tournament. This is transphobic, by the way. Creep. TwitchCon hack. Pressing charges. Imagine dating her. Yikes Bethesda. Sweet Baby Lies. Cooked. Hassan is 100% cooked after this. Copying Nux Taku. Wow. You're so bereft of originality. You're copying Nux Taku. Well, I guess by extension, Jaden Animations too. More injuries. TwitchCon's a complete disaster. Emery Taco found. Intellivision Amico discovered. Collegate crash out. Complacent game design. TwitchCon assault. Attack gamers. Doggone. Busted. Big streamers hate him for this. Big trouble of Yote. Gooner hate. Director ban. Dog days. What a loser. Busted. So the Hassan Collargate. Asmongold destroys Sony Pony fanboy. This is things you find interesting. This is things you find interesting. The entire thing so far, I've scanned for 2 weeks. The one neutral thing he has is Legendary X33 sells 5 million. Him laughing about ads being pulled. Source, Ghost of Yote is crashing and burning. Sony gives up. Oh, what's that? From the Park Place. Halo Studios in serious trouble. They found actually this is what you find interesting. This is what you find interesting. Using the same thumbnail, but then using Alyssa instead of Elon Musk? These are just interesting to you. Arrest Hassan, just interesting to you. Pokemon DEI consultant. Oh, it's a woman, therefore bad. This is interesting to you. 0 players. I was the only person in the world who played Relooted, who played the demo. The demo for Relooted. Interesting. Interesting. This entire time we went for a whole month, and the only positive thing you said was Expedition 33 sold 5 million copies. Interesting.
Things that are something curious to talk about. That's my YouTube channel. That's always been my YouTube channel.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It comes off. It comes off.
The interesting thing about how this all seems to work is people that don't understand who someone else is. Oftentimes, they just hear the negative stuff, and then they get a perception of, oh, that's all that guy is. Because
Oh, Jeffrey, why do you do this when we have access to the internet? What if I just typed in, I don't know, a random person's name? Serial stalker Alyssa McConte now stalking Asmongold again. Alyssa McConte rushes discovery. Alyssa McConte, and Alana Pierce team up to fight valid criticism. Alyssa McConte contacted Madam Sabri sponsor to counsel her. Alyssa McConte's lawyers ruin her entire case. Alyssa McConte suing for harassment while encouraging harassment. Alyssa McConte, Alyssa, Did Kotaku just fire Alyssa McConte? Jeff Grubb sent for racist Alyssa McConte. Jeff. Weird, because what did you just say? What were the words that you just said?
this post from her,
Think what? And if I'm being perfectly honest
just
with you.
because I don't like what you like, play. The thing about how this all seems to work is people that don't understand who someone else is. Oftentimes, they just hear the negative stuff, and then they get a perception of, oh, that's all that guy is.
Interesting. Someone putting out just negative stuff about a person to create a perception about them. Interesting. Like calling someone racist, like saying someone's doxing you or harassing when they're not. Interesting.
Because they don't actually research and find out, oh, actually, he's multifaceted and talks about a lot of different things. And I found him because of something he hated, but he actually talks about things that he loves too.
No, you don't, though.
I looked at your YouTube channel. It was all, I mean, I'm sure there's things on there, but it was all just the same shit.
The lack of self-awareness.
Not about like, I would love to see, do you do like deep dives into games and like play games with people and like talk about the games you play?
No.
Or is it about everything that you hate and like the next woke thing and the woman or the, didn't you like, or when you called, didn't you call Tales of Kenzera Zao woke because it had black people in it?
No, I feel like Tales of Kenzera Zao got caught up in the crossfire of a situation.
No, fuck you. You fucking lying piece of shit. No. Here's what we're not gonna do. Here's what we're not gonna fucking do. Okay? This is Smash JT literally in a goddamn stream making fun of Tales of Zao or Zao Tales of Kenzara. This is him.
Play this like as we've already learned, he is an actor. Now that we know that in the future, now go back and watch this knowing that information and listen to how he talks.
Yeah, he's a mouthpiece.
And tries to manipulate you. Listen.
You said that he tried to manipulate people because he's an actor and he was crying about his dad that he lost.
I mean, I played them all my life, man, from Kingdom Hearts.
Oh my god.
No, you didn't. Golden Sun.
He's leaning really hard into it, obviously.
And
Goldenstein
it
is good.
started with my dad, right? He got me into
Wakanda
them.
forever.
He understood, you know, that games are an art form. You know, it's a great space to enjoy.
But they're
and
just being
escape the
racist.
reality of the world.
And he's trying to say that he got caught up in the he got caught up in the culture war. Motherfucker, you were streaming this.
I'm sorry. I
We
have no
already
black
know how
person
you're
to
gonna
bounce this
finish
off
that.
of.
Yeah,
Why are you
British
wearing
black?
like your
No.
Rafiki or
Because he's leaning.
Yeah, you're right. He's wearing
Why are
this
you
sort of
wearing
like,
the thing? Why are you wearing the cape? The side
like, oh,
cape?
I got my Kwanzaa
I don't
costume
know,
on.
Sammy. His
Yeah,
game is
yeah,
based
exactly.
off
Why are you wearing the Kwanzaa
his
thing?
game is based off of his culture, and he's leaning heavy into it too.
But he doesn't know his culture.
While speaking in an
I
accent
know I
that's
can't
more
speak
English
for
than
him on
mine.
that. I don't know if he knows his culture, but listen.
I'm telling you, he doesn't know his fucking culture.
No. But
They did say
he goes
Wakanda
to his
forever,
dad, and
yes.
He's like, okay, you know what? Respectable. Brings up his dad, and his dad passed away.
But 4
here.
years ago,
Listen.
I decided that I needed to try and
yeah,
process
he
my
just got
grief
it like it
in
was
a way that felt.
Wow.
Like,
Going in. Oh,
he's
that
saying
is
this
sheer
shit.
This is like
manipulation.
fucking Hamlet.
A piece of art that honored
Did you
him,
know?
an ode to the people we have loved and lost.
Who
Wow, that is pure
This is like
manipulation.
fucking Hamlet here. This is the
Pure
main.
manipulation.
Like,
Alright,
he's
guys,
doing-
before I
Poor
show you this
Yorick.
piece of
I
shit
knew
that
him
I made,
well.
let me tell you that I'm going
Before
to
I show you this piece
immediately
of shit that I
highlight the
made.
death of my father so that you can
Is
only
that
think
not-
of that while you're watching, you
My
bastard.
father.
And does Jeff try to correct him and say, hey, that's not fair to say, you don't know his person? Or does he just let it go unchallenged?
That's so,
By
That's
the
the
way.
coolest thing, by the way, because Gerard
that's
did
like
the same.
feminine energy, that is.
Gerard
man.
did the same damn thing with his mom passed.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he compares it to Gerard doing with his mom. So for him to say that, oh, it got caught up in the crossfire, as if he was not an active participant in that, liar.
I actually feel bad for Abu Bakr Salim.
No, he
do.
doesn't.
Well, if you feel
No,
bad
he
for people
doesn't.
like that, you should think twice about kind of some of the energies you're putting into the ether in the industry.
No, I think it's
bad.
important. That's why we're here, is to find out information, to give the information to people.
Like such a
and to
liar,
get it
dude.
accurate.
Yeah,
You
to
don't
get it
care about
accurate.
accuracy.
And that's why I wanted to come on to let you know everyone in the industry knows that the gold standard of numbers is Circana. Doesn't mean and yeah, everyone knows that. Everyone subscribes to it.
Did you buy Tales of Carazao? Or
Yes.
was it you bought it like with money? Or was it
I don't get
gifted?
anything for free, dude. I
Okay,
buy
so
all
you-
of my games.
You bought it
Yeah,
and you played it?
I platinumed it.
Okay.
I don't get anything. That
See that right there, right fucking there. He tries to be like, I feel bad for Abu, man. He's a kind of crossfire. Did you buy that game, by the way? Was it given to you? That's what the insinuation was. That's why Colin said, no one gives me anything. I buy it. He's like, I applied him. He's like, oh, nothing to say about the game because it was just a pawn. It's just a piece of a puzzle for them. They don't give a shit. He doesn't give a fuck about Abu. You literally just saw me show you. That was during his live stream, during the Game Awards. That's what he was doing. He was like, look at him. He's fake. He's trying to manipulate you. Matter of fact, did he even talk about that game ever again after that? Let's see. Let us see. I very much doubt that he did. Let's just say, what, Zhao? Sleep River Inc. destroys Tales of Carazao. Sleep River Inc. just destroyed another company. An open letter to Abu Bakr calling him fake. Let's just see.
So I didn't want to address this, but we're here now.
Off of that, we can form our perceptions about them from that. We can fall back to don't
Let's see.
necessarily agree with people saying about him and that
He literally was agreeing with them in that video.
kind of thing. I do always feel like and fall back to people are allowed to say what they are going to say, and based off of that, we can form our perceptions about them from that. What's going
Didn't he also just tell Colin the opposite of that? Didn't he say that was an actual problem, that people are forming their perception based off what literally other people were saying about them? Did he not just say that was a problem? Because then people don't see how multifaceted that he is?
on, guys? Welcome to another episode
Inconsistent.
of Smash JT. Abu Bakr's and releasing all their employees because they don't he can be better himself to coming from him. And with that, it's just kind of like, okay, here's an appeal to you. This is why the gaming community overwhelmingly is saying, yeah, we don't really care about the game. It wasn't really for us. It wasn't something that appealed to me. Don't make me feel bad. Don't berate me. Don't call me a racist. Don't insinuate all these horrible things just because.
Mind you, in that stream, people said Wakanda Forever, said he didn't know his dad, said that how can he be African if he's British with an English accent? And then the other guy called him Spear Trucker Studios. In that stream.
Your game isn't selling. Take some accountability and you'll see just how quickly the tide can turn. And his company's conversation going on. But what I took out of this conversation is people are just extrapolating why the game failed. And it all goes back to how Abu Bakr was blaming the community for not purchasing their game instead of focusing on a game that appealed to people that want to buy it.
No, I was just going to say, like, if you begin in the opening seconds of your video by trying to denounce the idea that your being black has anything to do with it, it only makes it look more like it has everything to do with it. That's,
Right.
that's all I was gonna say.
These people were talking about his race the entire stream, dude. Like the entire stream. And that's why his sources in his video is fucking grums. Like, that's it. That's it. He's a fucking piece of shit liar who doesn't care about this game, doesn't care about Abu, doesn't give a shit about him. He called him manipulative. Like, and it's just a bunch of losers. Like, again, I play victim card, attack position. Like, these are his audience. Like, he's a fucking liar. He does not care. He does not care. The mental gymnastics this guy has to make to cope with his fact his game was crap. That's how the real world works. You have to make good stuff in order to sell. As simple as that is, if you want to get free money, just keep doing DI stuff at Big Core. And Smash AT liked that. You expect me to believe the person who liked that comment, the person who was in that video where people were calling him a fucking spear chucker, the person who himself has done blackface, you expect me to believe that he gives an eighth of a fuck about Abu? Oh, I feel bad for him. No, you don't. You only covered Zhao because it was a black game. It was a black person making a game with fully black characters about Africa. And you hate that shit because you're a fucking racist. And I can say that confidently. I can say that confidently you're a racist.
That was the other thing I really liked about was when you made a video about me and you used the thumbnail with shill in it. You're calling the person who doesn't get anything for free from anyone, who accepts no free games, no early access, no travel, no preview events,
listen to how you talk about
no
stuff.
anything, and then saying I'm a shill, but you like for what?
Listen to how you talk about Circana and defend it.
That's not shilling.
So if something is objectively true and one defends it, they're a shill for it.
I don't believe that Circana is objectively true.
Oh my God. I don't believe it's objectively true. Doesn't matter what you fucking believe, you dumbass. True is true. This is this is the flat earther argument.
True. That we talked again, circular argument here. We talked about how they obfuscate.
I told you Colin's gonna lose his mind, by the way.
And make it seem like something's better than it is, and then far afterwards go back and correct it with, oh, actually it was way further down than it was because now we
He's
have
so
all these other
fucking
ones that are
stupid.
above it.
Again,
He's so goddamn
I'm gonna
stupid.
say, that would only be a point if they were dishonest with the data at the time, but they were letting everyone know they only had X data. So this is the data that we're presenting. You're arguing. You're literally arguing against actual data being dragged from.
The 18th best-selling game. I don't see any asterisks here. I don't see you telling people that. You just. I mean, by your own definition, this is misinformation.
So you want
not misinformation,
and it says, "Ghost of Yote is the 18th best-selling game in the U.S. when not counting Nintendo digital games, expansions, DLC, microtransactions, and non-major PC storefront." Like that's the asterisk we have to put in there. If you just look at the data, it says all that anyway.
That's what I mean. To my point, that's why I can't trust Circana because there's too many things that go into it to use that as the gold standard.
He's so stupid, dude. Because what's the alternative then? You're mad that Colin Moriarty on his tweet didn't put, oh, but these are the caveats? Oh, you can't trust Circana because there's so many caveats. Like, do you see how from their own mouth, there's nothing consistent besides the fact that they will lie and manipulate shit It doesn't matter if it's facts or not. They don't care. They do not give a shit about anything factually. They don't care about facts. Facts are inconvenient to them. It's literally feelings. It's feelings over facts. He doesn't believe Circana is trustworthy. So that's all there is to it. Then his dumbass audience with Hypnotic, exactly, precisely. Like that's what they'll just do.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. It's like you don't want to hear like what I'm saying. It's just it is what it is. You can believe what you're not. What I was trying to say earlier to you when you interrupted me, which is fine because I think we have a little bit of a latent connection. I'm not offended by it. Was that like part of the fun of getting the Circana numbers or the MPD numbers back in the day was trying to plug in the things you did know to try to figure out what you could figure out from the charts. And we already did that. We have numbers for Sonic Racing. We have numbers for Metal Gear Solid. We have numbers for other things, Silent Hill. You can put the numbers in there and figure it out. It's just like it just seems like you want to disbelieve. And I'm just telling you, not everything's a conspiracy. Not everyone's out to get you. There's literally nothing. There's nothing in it for them to misrepresent the data because if the data is wrong.
But Colin, what you don't understand is everyone has to be wanting to get them. They have to be victims. They have to be being attacked. They have to be the ones being, ostracized. They have to be on the outs because otherwise, what do they have besides permanent victimhood? Which again, I've talked about. They need to constantly be victims. The game industry hates them. Circana's going against them because they want to look like they're buddies with the woke industries. Like that's literally their thought process is conspiratorial thinking. That's all it is.
Then they don't have jobs anymore. If the data is wrong, no one will trust them. Don't you understand that? If they are lying about the data and that is found out, that is such a major controversy in the games industry and would be a huge problem. It would swallow that company up. But the exact opposite is true, that they have to be incredibly accurate to have a business that's going for so long. It's the beginning and the end of it. You cannot trust it and not believe it, but it's true. So spreading, FUD about it is kind of lame because there's so many other things to attack. It's the same thing with the wokeness argument about, oh, this is woke and that's woke. It's like you're missing the forest for the trees, like to attack and like really rally around certain things that make more sense than.
And that's the same shit I tell you guys all the time. They focus on things that don't matter. I don't like Ubisoft. They don't like Ubisoft. They don't Ubisoft because Assassin's Creed had a black samurai. I don't Ubisoft because of their business practices and how they treat their employees and the level of harassment, their poor leadership. But they will tell you that Ubisoft being bought by Tencent is because Assassin's Creed Shadows tanked the company and not because of poor leadership that led to them finally being bought out because Yves Guillemot would not leave the company. The Guillemot family would not leave. And they ran it to a point where they need to be bought out. But they won't talk about it like that because it doesn't satiate their bloodlust of this is bad because woke.
Everything can't be a problem.
Let me ask you this, and I guess because we're kind of been going for a little bit here. This is kind of towards the end of my questions I had for it, and again, thank you for this conversation. I think it's been very beneficial for everyone.
It hasn't
I just
been.
saw this before.
It's only been beneficial for him, like I said earlier, because Colin is someone of some standing in the industry. That's it. This benefited Colin 0%.
Started. This is from Matt Piscatella on Blue Sky. This is the man we're supposed to trust with facts. He says, "Never."
There's no shot that Jeff is so fucking stupid that he cannot tell he's being sarcastic and making fun of people who do this. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way, you guys. Chat, there's no fucking way he cannot understand that this is a joke.
Ever let facts get in the way of believing what you wish were true.
Yeah.
If you believe you can fly, you go ahead and touch the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the guy that you want us to.
You realize it's sarcasm making fun of the people about Ghost of Yotei.
Oh my God.
No, I don't care.
You understand that that's what he's doing is making fun of the people that are making fun of it.
I don't care what it is. Amazing. Thank you for the admission of what I've been saying. I don't even know how long I've been watching this particular part of the stream. You don't even care what it is because you're going to hallucinate your own reality, right? And then be upset that other people aren't confirming it.
when I read this, this is supposed to be the gold standard, and this guy says, "Don't let facts get in the way of believing what you wish for true."
He's literally doing it. I can't, you guys. I can't understand. He is Smash JT. Jeff Tarzia is literally doing what Matt is joking about. Never let facts, the fact Matt is joking, get in the way of believing what you wish for true. Smash JT. He's not joking actually, because I don't care if he's joking, because he's supposed to be the gold standard. I'm supposed to believe him. Insane levels of unawareness. Oh my god. Oh my god.
He's making fun of you, dude. He's making fun of you. Do you not? Holy shit!
What he
Do you
does.
not understand that he's making fun of you?
I understand
and people
what he's
like
trying
you.
to do. This is a self-tell. This is a self-report to me. That's
What
how I
the-
God. God bless you, dude.
The God bless you. The God bless you is so fucking cold, dude. This is the bless your heart moment. Like, oh, you're one of the, oh, okay. Oh, okay. I get it. I get it. All right. Bless your heart. Bless your heart. You always, like black people would just say, hey man, you got it. Hey man, you got it. You got it. You got it. You got it. That means this conversation, that means Colin's officially done.
Like I think you're an interesting cat. I will say this. I don't know all the details about your situation with Alyssa or whatever. But I'm a freedom of speech guy and a freedom of expression guy. People talk shit about me, clip my videos, do all that kind of stuff all the time. I never go after anyone. I don't know the specific details of your situation. It has nothing to do with any of those things. I think people are really hard on you for a lot of other things. This is the specific problem I have, is nothing to do with any of the other controversies that you have. It's specifically about things that I know are true that we shouldn't even be arguing about, because there are so many other things that could be argued about. And instead, everything becomes a point of conflict. And it's bad. It's bad for the industry. It's bad for gamers. It's bad for everyone.
I want to point out this chat one more time. Why is Colin getting so mad? Colin is mad. He's so mad. Do you see how? And then someone wrote, he's supposed to say ad hominem, but he wrote as hominem nonsense. At what point did Colin use ad hominem? He didn't insult his intelligence. He didn't call him names. Like, let's listen to this again.
Details about your situation with Alyssa or whatever. But I'm a freedom of speech guy and a freedom of expression guy. People talk shit about me, clip my videos, do all that kind of stuff all the time. I never go after anyone. I don't know the specific details of your situation. It has nothing to do with any of those things. I think people are really hard on you for a lot of other things. This is the specific problem I have, is nothing to do with any of the other controversies that you have. It's specifically about things that I know are true that we shouldn't be arguing about.
Where's the
because
ad
there are so many
hominem
other
here?
things that could be argued about. And instead, everything becomes a point of conflict. And it's bad. It's bad for the industry. It's bad for gamers. It's bad for everything. And I feel like you guys, and again, I say you guys, people like you thrive on this sort of
Like his chat is literally going, Colin is mad. Colin is going for low blows. Like, then prove it. It's not true until you show the data. So bitter. Like again, him and his audience are just hallucinating. No one with a brain would be like, Colin is so mad and bitter right now.
energy. It's always content about other people, other people's opinions, random amorphous things, but never about the games. Never about playing the games, never about enjoying the games, never about streaming the games, doing content about spoiler casts and review discussions, anything like that. It's never.
And I guarantee you, because I saw his facial reaction, I guarantee you, Smash, he's gonna talk about, wait a minute, I stream video games all the time, completely missing the fucking point. Because now that he knows, he actually at some level registers that he's been called out this whole time. So now he has to grab onto any small things like, see, he's wrong. You guys, I do play video games. I do stream. Okay, so I was wrong about that one thing. But was I wrong about the negativity you spread? Was I wrong about the half-assed information you put out? Was I wrong about you literally lying about multiple points that I brought up? No. I can't remember off the top of my head what the debate tactic is called, but like, it's when they hyper focus on one thing you got wrong. You could have said 100 things correct, but you missed one. You got 99 of 100, and they'll be like, see, if you missed this one thing, how can I trust you on any of these things? And it's like, it's unrealistic expectations. Watch.
Never about the games. And my suspicion is it's never about the games because that's not where the traffic is for you guys. So I think that actually the people that have a lot riding on keeping this sort
Endymion lies, dude. Endymion literally does that. He has no videos on his page of him playing video games or even talking about games that he likes. Every fucking video of his is a negative video about something, or it's a quote unquote positive video, but it's framed negatively, meaning they are talking about how this game is better than every other woke bullshit game out there and never just the game on its own merits. You did this. Pokemon Legends ZA sales support Jonathan fans are mad. Pokemon ZA fans tell you to stop attacking Game Freak. Pokemon ZA. It's official. We're in the war on video games. Super Defenders humiliated. Nintendo's lost their minds. Bigots. The game industry is losing stuff over ideology. Battlefield 6 has proved AAA gaming wrong. They're welcome to just admit that the players are right along. Bleak. They're dying. Eat slop. Dead as hell. It's their fault. Hope is a virus. They are dying. Like every fucking video of his is negative. All of them are negative. He is 100% the person Colin's talking about. 100,000%. Literally all of his videos. All of these videos are negative, hate-filled videos. All of them. Do or DEI. PlayStation Dumb Sleeper. They're all negative. Every single one's negative. Every fucking single one is negative. And then what does he say in the chat? Lies. We don't make negative content. We don't only talk about negative content because that's the only way we get traffic to our channels. That's not true. That's their whole fucking business plan.
of facade going are content creators like yourself. That's why I wanted to come on, because this specific thing that you're talking about is not true. Your audience can believe it or not.
Is 100% correct.
But it is what it is. Right? Like,
yeah, I just
want
I
to
don't
like
want to
dispute
interrupt.
VG charts data, or you want to dispute Alinea data or whatever. That's different. But you're disputing data from the horse's mouth.
That's
Makes
fine.
no sense.
I just don't want to. I don't want to interrupt you. You're on a good one there. I just want to focus.
And he thinks he's like, if he gets a snarky remark and it's like, I'm winning this debate. I'm winning, you guys. It's so over.
Like a lot of what you said. Like, I stream games almost every single night.
I fucking told you.
Talk about games every single time I stream. I talk about what I love about them. I talk about what I hate about them. Everything you just said,
I told you.
Seemed like a tremendous amount of guesswork and hypothesis about someone you know nothing about. And I don't understand why you would do that.
The fucking irony, once again, the total lack of self-awareness for Smash JT to say some shit like that when he has no idea who Alyssa is. He doesn't fucking know Alana. He doesn't know Kim Belair. He doesn't know any of these people he talks about in his videos. He knows them 0%, but he's continuously talks about them. He continuously yaps about them. He continuously puts out false information about these people. Consistently does that. But now that he's being accurately assessed by Colin, it's, I don't know why you would do that. I don't know why you would say that about someone you don't know. What a mean thing to do.
Because it makes you look really foolish.
Last videos, breaking, massive layoffs at Ubisoft. Yote, next video, Yote flops. Next video, the gamers woke revolution crashes. The next gamer, Microsoft has no clue what gamers want. The next one, man wins women's only Fortnite tournament. The next one, now they're saying Twitch CEO Dan Clancy did nothing wrong. The next one, TwitchCon streamers PC infected by massive virus. Like, where is the game? I'm not seeing anything here. There's no, like, I'm scrolling through your shit. Like, I see nothing about any games. There's nothing about a single, there's nothing.
This is the hypnotic approach, by the way. Just getting people riled up and be like, well, you should watch the video then. I saw the video. We showed it on Steam. There was nothing about him playing a game or what game he loves or anything like that. At all. At all. The closest we got was him showing a video of a comparison between Ghost of Yota and Tsushima and him just glazing Ghost of Tsushima. But that's it. There was no video dedicated to how much I love Ghost of Tsushima. Here's a deep dive of Ghost of Tsushima. Here's lore. Here's nothing. Nothing.
About it. I'm calling you out here. There's nothing about a single fucking game on here that you've played. Like, where is the content about
I'm
it?
also calling you out. Maybe you should watch them to find out. Because, I mean, we both live in this world. You understand how you title videos to get people to get in there and watch what you want to talk about, right?
No, we title all the Sacred Symbols episodes after random song titles. So no, we don't do clickbait, actually.
Okay, well, I wouldn't argue it's clickbait. I would say it's a way to get people interested in a topic.
That is clickbait. That is clickbait. That is literally clickbait. If you say Sweet Baby Inc. destroys another company, and the truth is they didn't destroy anything because they are a small fucking consultant agency company and they do not have the ultimate power over the sales of a company, that is clickbait. You're trying to cash in on the fact that you and your ilk have created this hate machine towards Sweet Baby Inc. to get views. That is clickbait. Putting Alyssa in the thumbnail of a video that has nothing to do with her is clickbait.
That you're going to be talking about. It's applicable. It's not lying about what the topic is, but it's probably the most interesting part of the story in the video that I want to highlight. But I talk about many things in the videos.
What I think is true is that you wouldn't be able to do what you do if you actually talked about the games.
Facts, 100%.
Where are you getting that from?
100%.
Looking at all of your videos.
Okay,
like all the titles of your video. Is like so I just want to understand is within.
Let's do something real quick. Let's go to, because I know he has a live channel. Let's do that. Let's go to the live channel. So he's playing Amnesia, which is fine. Let's do a thing called comparison, compare and contrast. This channel, he started this channel, let's see. 2025. 2025. So literally this year. He started this side channel this year. The guy who loves video games so much that all he does is play games and stream or whatever. He started his gaming channel this year. Played Silk Song, Schedule 1, Split Fiction. So he's played about 1, 2. Well, this is Xbox 30. It says this is Stella Blade on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's say, because let's just say 12 games. 12 games. Guy streams. He said he streams every day, every single day. Every single day he streams. Members only. Members only, members only, members only. Of course, because it's all about money for him. Not about, love actually playing video games. Most of the videos here, however, are not him fucking playing video games. It is him doing more of the same. But more to the point that Colin was making, this channel, even at 14,000 subscribers, doesn't get anywhere near the views of his other channel, his main channel. The main channel being the channel where he does not talk about the games that he likes. The main channel with 124,000 subscribers is the channel in which he talks about, again, things that he hates, negativity. He gets more views. Not a lot more views because his views have been going down the toilet. But nonetheless, he gets his views from doing this shit. Not specifically talking about Hassan, but from doing this negative shit. So Colin is 100% correct. Is 100% correct. He would not be able to do what he does if it was not for him being like this. That's true. That's true. And his most recent views, his last month, have been dog shit. Like maybe the Sweet Baby one is decent because it's almost half his subscribers, but you have 8,000 views. You have 20,000, 8,000, 4,000, 14, 13. This one did pretty good. It's one video. And that's it. So he has to do this shit. Like he literally has to do this shit. He was riding the Charlie Kirk train, by the way, when those videos popped off. That's why I got a bump. But other than that, and talking about Asmongold occasionally, has to mention Alyssa, of course, because that's his go-to. His views are not good. Not for his subscriber count. But he has to keep pumping this shit out. Like, Colin's 100% correct. You literally could not do what you do unless you're doing it like this. He's 100% correct. But all of his fucking morons, aka Smash Honest, are going to be like, What? No, he plays games. You know what we're talking about. You know what we're talking about. Motherfuckers, you don't watch him play games. This stream, I saw like the number for it. It peaked at like 1,000 and had 820 people in at one point. The stream we just saw had 271.
Is within the confines of the video titled Asmongold Destroys Sony Pony Fanboy. Is there like a deep analysis of Chronos the New Dawn in there that I'm missing? How about, is there behind the video the title Goonergate Returns, the extreme right? Is there some sort of real deep dive into like what Xbox's strategy is?
Probably not in that video, but Colin, you have to understand, I publish 4 to 6 videos a day. So sometimes
that's insane.
You'll find a video that I post that does apply to what you're interested in. That's
no, you won't. You won't though. I just went through his channel. You won't find it.
Of all this.
I'm like I'm like a month back now, and I don't see anything on here about any games.
I'm not going at you for what you talk about. It's very strange that you're
because I talk about video games. I don't talk about other people and other people's content.
I do too. I'm just making the smart decision of not talking about it because I don't know enough about what you talk about to even go down that road. You're doing that with me, and you're making a fool of yourself right now.
No, I'm not. I'm reading the titles of your own videos.
You absolutely are, because people that watch me know that you're making a fool of yourself. If you read the chat, they would be destroying you right now. I'm seeing it. Like
Wizards of the Coast joins extremely controversial trans strategy. Within the video, after you click on it, what you'll find is an expose about BioShock. It's just that you're hiding it behind things that really want to click upon.
That's probably in the BioShock videos that I cover. See, that would make no sense. That would actually be clickbait, what you just described right there. But anyways, this is kind of circular. Anything else?
And then the thing is too, he's like, my audience, yeah, your fucking dumbass audience is going to obviously say that, they're destroy you. If you guys watch what I unfortunately have seen a video of 2 of yours. You do not do anything differently than what he described. You don't do anything differently than what was described. You don't do deep dives. You don't analyze shit. You read tweets from Grums, Endymion, and go to that park place. Or you harass Alyssa and stalk her tweets. That's it. You don't do any sort of fucking research.
Before we wrap it up?
No. You're an interesting character, I'll tell you that.
Well, I really appreciate you joining. I know this wasn't easy for you.
It was easier than you think. But I appreciate your time.
Wait, was that for Tonga Plays in this chat?
Behind the video, the title Goonergate Returns.
Day. I'm not talking about it because I don't know enough.
Also, like I said before, putting out 46 videos a day is no quality control at fucking all. That is a literal fire hose of content.
About what you talk about.
I'm reading the title.
If you read the
joins extreme,
kind of easy for you.
It was easier than you think. But I appreciate
for you.
Hold on, wait. I'm trying to see what he wrote.
Well, I really
you're an interesting character, I'll tell you that.
Well, I really appreciate you joining.
Colin is taking opinions about Sony way too personal. For Tonga Players, you're so simple.
Easier than you think. But I appreciate your time. Thank you all out there. Good luck with your content. Be well. And
Colin is a journal. He copes, he sees. Like, this is the audience. You're like, oh, they would destroy you. Your audience is full of fucking morons. Now he's going to probably try to make a coping session back here, right? Bro, there's a lot of vagues instead of solid numbers. All they do is use talking points to push a narrative. Like, this is his fucking echo chamber, dude. This is his goddamn echo chamber. And then he's doing what? A post-game recap of his own stream? This is so... Was there ever a point brought up about Ubisoft layoffs after AC Shadows? But did you not remember what I said earlier in this stream? When I said that they would be talking about AC Shadows layoffs as if AC Shadows is why Ubisoft laid off and not them fucking being bought out. Like, do you understand what I'm talking about? These people are fucking stupid. So he's just rewatching the stream and then watching other people's streams, and then that's it. And then David Jaffe. Okay, yeah, all right. So we're done with this one. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God, you guys. Oh shit, it's midnight. I didn't realize that. But I just want to say real quick. I love that so much because it highlights perfectly. If you put their feet to the fire, they will just burn up. They have nothing. They don't have the capacity to articulate their points. They can't stand by their points because their points are fucking pointless. They don't have any merit to them. And you want to see something funny? I found this screenshot afterwards. Poll for Smash JT. Who won? Smash, call-in, draw. I don't know the final result, but on his own channel, they said he lost, and it wasn't even close. 56% of the people who voted said that Smash JT lost. Like just after even with just the smallest, tiniest bit of scrutiny, Smash says he's completely folded. His entire argument was just, the numbers aren't transparent. The numbers. What, the final result was 62%? God, your own chat. You know, I wouldn't see what the comment section said for him. Oh, it's Cope. Oh, of course it's Cope. The 11-minute intro validates all of Colin's critiques. I now understand the point behind the phrase, my expectations for you were low, but holy fuck. Oh, so it's not Cope. It's most people's, yeah, Colin went the floor with this guy. I don't know why YouTube's lines will stay up. I just witnessed a murder. Man, Smash, you gotta rethink your life after all this. You got exposed here in ways you don't even grasp. Jeff Lee thought showing a chart of physical sales declining at past figures proved his point. This was a public execution. The funniest thing about this is how JT doesn't know how badly he got clowned here. Oh, but he does, which is why out of all these tweets, all these comments, he's like one. And he pinned it. He pinned because everyone else is just saying you got destroyed. Why don't Circana give away the data they're selling? Jeff's entire argument. Why wouldn't Starbucks just give their coffee away for free? Oh my God. Watching Colin debate random gaming outrage YouTubers is like watching sucker who's debate a random street urchin in ancient Greece. Matt Piscatella sarcastically pure gold that he doubled down even after it had the intent explained to him makes it more hilarious. This JT dude is clearly not the sharpest. Career-ending moment. Now here's the thing though. As funny as it is to see him get absolutely blown out on his own fucking page, none of this matters. And none of it matters because of what I said before. Just having Colin on his stream was a win for Jeff. Because look, he's able to milk out multiple videos about it. Like he's able to talk about the stream he just did, right? And then he's also calling them shills of Yote. Like, he's just gonna come back to this. Yeah, this is the guy's channel. And he's like I put out 4 to 6 videos a day, but but you're gonna find something. Oh, am I gonna find some real in-depth coverage with the Caller Gate crash out? Am I gonna find something about video games about calling Sasha Grey and Den's morons? Oh, because he is no longer turning on donations. We should what is this about video games? Leak doc exposes Pokemon director banned from Game Freak. But where's the in-depth analysis? Goonergate. Shocking apology. Trans exposed. Like, There's nothing here. This is the only video probably just about a video game for the sake of a video game. It's just how many it's sold. There's nothing here that would even indicate. And the idea that people would have to click on a random video in order to be like, this is the video. Like what? I have to click on the 2 game video to talk about the history of Mass Effect? Like, you know what I mean? Like all of this. None of this is about games that he likes. Elizabeth Conte celebrates the judge doing this. Lawsuit update. Oh yeah, dude, this is real information about games. Oh, I talk about video games. This is Charlie Kirk. Kotaku founder insane. Visa Jobs posting exposes control of gaming future. They're afraid. Zero players. Dustborn broke all the worst records. Yeah, dude. So much love and passion you care about. Like that one comment said, what a wide variety of topics you talk about. Like, take us north, deleting everything. Melissa McConte. Ban VPNs to save the children. Zero kids protected. DEI is dead. Angry Joe's epic meltdown about Trump. Dude, I mean, where else could I get this information from? Thank God you post 4 to 6 times a day. Wowie wow. Anita Sarkeesian in the big 2025. Like, Japan's McDonald's Pokemon promo devolves into complete chaos. He talks about Pokemon 2 months ago and then recently and nothing else. So he's not a Pokemon fan. Chun-Li's Gunnar costume doubles Street Fighter 6 players count. And what's his what's his source in this video? What's his source in this video? I'm gonna mute it because I don't want to listen to him speak. But what is his source? I hope it's something reputable. I hope it's something. Oh, weird. He's using a Kotaku article. I'm sorry, a Polygon article. I thought you hated Polygon in game journals. But now you can trust them. Now they're good. Now they're reliable. Interesting. Interesting how when it's something that you actually care about, suddenly this is good information. Suddenly you can trust the source. Oh, but it's Ghost of Yote and Sarkana's using the data. Oh, you're using Steam charts. But of course, he's going to mention the caveat, right? He's going to mention the caveat of it not being indicative of all data because Street Fighter 6 also came out on PlayStation and Xbox. So he'll mention that, right?
And there's a big jump. There's a big jump to 50,000, according to.
Oh, my browser's acting weird. But I think it's safe to say that he's not going to talk about that. He's not going to mention that at all.
Oh, damn. Holy.
Yeah, that's why I was just playing. He's not going to mention that because why would he?
Taking notes over here?
Oh my God, I can't stop the video. There we go. Jesus Christ. But yeah, he's not going to. Oh. Like it's such a grift, you guys. It's such a fucking grift. It is such a goddamn grift. And he got exposed. And what did he do? He went back to his little bubble where it was safe and was like, my chat said you were wrong, even though they literally said that he lost the fucking debate. Oh man. But again, I'm thankful that it happened so people can see. People with actually working brains who aren't part of his fucking echo chamber can see this guy has no idea what he's talking about. Ever. He has no idea what he's talking about. But I do hope he keeps taking I do hope he keeps having People on stream that just completely destroy him because it's funny to me. It's funny to see someone so out of their depth and needs to rely on their audience for support, because none of these people can stand on their own 2 feet. Not one of them. That's specifically why I had the chat up during that stream. You saw Hypnotic, Jay Viper, Vara Dark, Ratanga Play, like all those people in this room. They were all in there because they have to be in there. They have to. They can't do shit on their own. It was just Colin. But they can't. They have to be up with each other's assholes. They have to. They talk about wokeness and shit. They have created safe spaces for themselves. It's so fun. Meanwhile, I get shit from my own audience. I get people calling me out on my own audience. But they're all about like, oh, you guys care more about feelings than facts. At no point did he give out any facts. Everything was a feeling. Everything was a feeling. All they do is, this is how they operate, okay? And that's why, again, that stream is very educational. All they do is hallucinate a reality and then try to force that to be the universal truth. You saw that with the clips with Hypnotic. He saw data that have the numbers. They even showed which was new. They even showed the total sales, completing like, you know, how much this is additional to the previous sales. It did all that. And it still had Ghost of Yote #1. And he saw that data and then went, yeah, but the other games are remasters. As if to insinuate that it only was #1 because games were being remade and remastered and that wouldn't make it sell more. Like, it doesn't matter if the data is transparent as possible. It will never be enough for them if it doesn't confirm or conform, I should say, to their worldview. That's all this showed. This was all an exercise in confirmation bias. There was nothing that Colin could have said that would have appeased Jeff. That's why Jeff kept walking back from all his points, because he wanted to give him some concession. He wanted just a complete non-caveat concession, and he never got it. He never got it, and he wanted it desperately. That's why he kept backing down from everything. He start here and then moved here. First, it was the Circana numbers aren't trustworthy. Then it became, okay, but agree that it would be cool if Circana gave the numbers out. Okay, but how come Japan's doing it? So now the conversation is, why does Japan have a different business practice compared to Circana? Because that's not why Colin was there. Colin was there because you were saying the Circana numbers were bullshit. And he was like, no, they're the gold standards. They are coming directly from the horse's mouth. People pay for this data, so it has to be accurate. Then it's, oh, you're a shill. Which is funny because the audience was saying that he was doing ad hominem, Colin was, but really it was Jeff. Jeff called him a shill. He didn't have a way to counter his argument, so he said, you're a shill. Look at you defending this company. And by defending the company, what was Colin doing? Explaining how things work. Does that sound familiar? Oh, I'm a shill for Sweet Baby Inc. because I'm explaining how consultant agencies work. I'm a shill because I'm explaining how game journalists actually are paid. You're a shill because you're actually telling people what the experiences for like minorities are in these gaming spaces. Do you see how it's the same exact argument? It's the same defense for them. You're a shill if you explain something that I'm hallucinating about. You're explaining something, which means that I can no longer feign innocence on this topic, and that's going to ruin my money. So I'm going to call you a shill because that makes you automatically not trustworthy. It's the equivalent of nice argument, but I've already made you the soy jack in this meme. So, like, that's it. They base their opinions solely on feelings, and when facts come around and knocks on the door, they think the house is coming down. Exactly. They do not. They do not give a shit about anything being factual. It's whatever makes their feelings, it's whatever makes them feel better. That's it. That's it. It's whatever makes them feel good. All right, but I am going to end the stream here because it is literally 12 in the morning, a little past 12, and I usually don't keep this shit this long. So thank you for coming by. Unfortunately, we didn't get to the other reacts I wanted to do, but I will make that its own separate thing. Don't you worry. I'm gonna probably eat some food, and then maybe I'm probably gonna play Mega Blanc or something off stream. So thank you guys for joining. As always, I will make this its own separate video, so you don't have to like sit through fucking 5 hours of shit. You can just kind of watch like the 3-hour stream I did on the video. But I will see you guys. Yes, 12:17. There's 12:17 out here. I'm in California, so I am in that time zone, PST. Good night, everyone. Once again, thank you all for joining. I hope you enjoyed your time here. I will see you next Saturday night, and we will probably play some games then.